Mic check 1, 2, check, check. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here in person or tuning in online on DLMS. We welcome you to the 2025 Manitoba Seminole Show here at the AgX in Brandon, Manitoba. We're going to start off this morning here with our percentage female. Our class is going to be class number 728. This will be a percentage female calf born between January 1st and after January 1st of 2025 and must be a minimum of 3 months of age for the judging class. We're going to have one entry in this class. We're going to start off this morning's program. We'll roll right along with the percentage animals as we go through this morning. It'll be the percentage animals and then into the purebred heifer calves. Purebred heifer calves, we've got 8 splits of the purebred heifer calves, so that's going to be an exciting time in the Seminole ring this morning. Our judge for today, Scott Anderson, is with us as well, so we welcome Scott Anderson here to Brandon for judging our Seminole class. Entering into the ring right now with our percentage female class, this is going to be entry number 951. This will be Maple Lake Miss Hannibal 5911. She's going to be sired by SRH Hannibal 5H and out of Maple Lake Miss Jennern 3911. Born on January the 9th. It's going to be shown and exhibited by Maple Lake Stock Farms of Hartney, Manitoba. This is class number 728.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a real nice percentage heifer to start off this show this morning. Moves real free and easy, real nice foot on her. Real nice heifer. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks up with in the championship drive here in a little bit.
And your class winner in this class is entry number 951, Maple Lake Miss Hannibal 5911, shown and exhibited by Maple Lake Stock Farms of Hartney, Manitoba. We're going to go into our percentage female heifer born between April the 1st and December 31st of 2024. This will be a junior female class. This is going to be class number 731. We've got one entry coming into the ring here. It'll be entry number 952, DTH Scream 4172, sired by DTH Scream capacity 259K and out of an Angus Seminole cow. This is going to be shown and exhibited by Riverside Farms of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. And our judge with some comments.
Very nice April bred heifer here. Really nice teat placement. Heifer moves free and easy. She's got beautiful skulled heifer that's got some spine to her. Very, very nice heifer. I really like her. She's like very good teat placement and she's quite a heifer.
Fair few. And your class winner in class number 731 is entry number 952, DTH Scream 4172, shown and exhibited by Riverside Farms of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to roll into class number 732. This is going to be our percentage female born between January the 1st and March the 31st of 2024. We're going to have one entry in this class as well. This will be entry number 840 coming into the ring here. This will be Lashmet Wies Vicky M406. She'll be sired by Mr. Hawk Broker and out of KC2 Miss Victoria 6H, shown and exhibited by L83 Ranch of West Hope, North Dakota. This heifer is going to be born on March the 15th of 2024. And our judge with some comments on his class.
Very nice Blaze heifer here to win this division at March heifer. Very cheap. That neck comes out real high on her shoulder. She's wedgy. She's big mettled. Very nice. Moves around free and easy. If I was going to change her, I'd probably just spread those teats out just a little bit. Maybe bring that tail head down just a tick. But very, very nice individual.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner here is entry number 840, Lashmet Wies Vicky M406, shown and exhibited by L83 Ranch of West Hope, North Dakota. Our next class entering into the Simmental show and into the ring here is going to be class number 736. This is going to be a percentage female born prior to January 1st of 2023 with her own natural 2025 purebred calf tattooed at foot beside her here. This is going to be, we're going to have one entry in this class here. It'll be entry number 953. This will be TCW Junebug with TCW Northern Star 111N at side, and be shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. And some comments from our judge.
Nice 4-year-old cow with a big stout calf come in here. Done a great job on this heifer calf. I think the calf's going to be quite a bit more massive than mother. I do like the cow. She's moderate in frame, moves nice and easy, acceptable udder, and probably the calf's maybe going to get a little big for me, possibly, but real nice pair.
Thank you, Scott. And your champion here in our mature cow class is going to be entry number 953, TCW Junebug, with TCW Northern Star 111 and Atside, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. We're now going to have our grand and reserve champion class here. This will be our grand champion percentage female class here. Coming back into the ring is going to be entry number 951, Maple Lake Miss Hannibal 5911, shown and exhibited by Maple Lake Stock Farms of Hartney, Manitoba. Out of our junior bred heifer class is going to be entry number 952, DTH Scream 4172, shown and exhibited by Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Followed in by our senior bred yearling heifer is going to be entry number 840, Lashmet Wheeze Vicky M406, shown and exhibited by L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. And returning in from our senior female class is going to be entry number 953, TCW Junebug, shown and exhibited by with TCW Northern Star 111 and Atside, and that'll be shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms out of Treeherne, Manitoba. Our grand and reserve champion female banners here today are percentage female banners. Our grand champion banners is sponsored in part by Bar 2S Ranch, and our percentage reserve champion female is going to be sponsored by Rocky Meadow Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, if you do see that you have sponsored one of these banners, we do ask that if you can send a representative to present them, please do so. I'll be trying to give you lots of heads up along the way so that you can hear your name and you can come up and present the banner. But if you are on the sponsorship list and are here present today, we would appreciate it if you would be willing to come up and present that banner to our winners. Oh, it's you. And your grand champion comes to us out of our junior female class is entry number 952, DTH Scream 4172, shown and exhibited by Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Your reserve champion female in a percentage class is entry number 840, Lashmet Wheeze Vicky M406, shown and exhibited by L83 Ranch out of West Hope, North Dakota. Again, our percentage female champion banner is sponsored by Bar 2S Ranch, and our reserve champion percentage female is sponsored by Rocky Meadow Ranch. We thank both of those sponsors for that. From our percentage females, we're going to move into our percentage bull class. Our percentage bull class is class number 741. This is going to be a bull calf born born after January the 1st and must be a minimum of 3 months of age to be showing. We have 2 entries in this class. Our class will range from January the 2nd birthday to February the 16th. Entering into the ring now will be entry number 954. This is going to be TCW Johnny Cash 89N. I'm going to be born on February the 16th. Was sired by Fairview Vault 22J and out of TCW Honey 89G. Going to be shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. Following in is also going to be entry number 955, KWD Nemo 1N, born on January the 2nd. Going to be sired by Hollywood Knockout 8K, and out of a cow that's a unpapered Semitol cow. This will be shown and exhibited by DeCur's Cattle of Haywood, Manitoba. As well, this will be our champion and reserve champion percentage bull class, as well as the bull calf class. Our banners today are sponsored by South 83 Semitol Bull Sale and JP Cattle Company. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge with some comments on this bull class.
Use this black blaze face calf to win his class, win his division, and be champion bull. He's a good calf. He's got some length to him, length of spine, moves out free and easy enough. He's a big top calf. I think calf that comes to the top of this division real easily. Another calf I use for reserve. Nice calf, just gives up a lot of performance and confirmation to be able to get any higher in his division.
And your grand champion percentage bull here today is going to be entry number 955. This will be KWD Nemo 1N, shown and exhibited by DeCur Cattle of Haywood, Manitoba. That percentage champion bull calf banner is going to be sired by or sponsored by South 83 Semitol Bull Sale. And our reserve champion percentage bull is going to be sponsored by JP Cattle Co. And it's going to go to entry number 954, TCW Johnny Cash 89N, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to reconvene in the Semitol Arena here. We're going to move into class number 700. This is going to be our first split of 8 in these heifer calves. These are heifer calves going to be born after January the 1st of 2025. These calves will be born between February the 3rd and February the 22nd. We've got 5 entries coming into this class here, and leading it off is going to be entry number 800, SYD Brandy 352N, shown and exhibited by Little J Farms of Eden, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 108. This will be HFL Libretta 5158N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 802. This will be MCR Miss Napa Valley 87J146N, shown and exhibited by McCurr Semitols of Boissevain, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 803. This will be KCH Shabuzi 512N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. And rounding out this class in our first split of heifers is going to be entry number 804, Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 1 in our Semitol Heifer Calf division. Again, if you're just joining us here, our judge for today is Scott Anderson. We'd like to welcome Scott here and thank him for coming out to analyze our Semitol animals here today. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge with some comments on his class.
Real nice class to start off this Semitol division here, heifer calf division. This blaze face heifer I put in first rises to the top of this class real easy. She's the freest moving heifer out here by a long ways. She gets around real easy. She's got a nice look. She's soft made. Very, very powerful individual. Heifer in second place, I do like her. Just doesn't stride out quite as good on that back leg as the heifer, and not quite as soft as the heifer in front of her. I just like that. The heifer, and I use the blaze face, is just so elegant up through her front. Really cool headed for me and soft made. And then you get into third place heifer. She just gets a little choppy in her movement. Like to free her up in her movement to place any higher. And on down the class, these two red heifers just real good heifer is going to make nice cows, but just not strong enough to compete with these top couple of heifers. I think we should put our hands together and show these exhibitors our appreciation for bringing out some really fine heifer calves.
Thank you, Scott. And our class winner here today is going to be entry number 801 HFL Libretta 5158N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place and returning back in for the championship drive is going to be entry number 804 Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. In third place is entry number 803, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City. In fourth is entry number 802, shown and exhibited by McCurr Semitals of Boissevain. And rounding out this class is entry number 800, Little J Farms of Eden, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move ourselves into split number 2. These heifers are going to range from January the 23rd to February the 2nd. Again, we're going to see 5 heifer calves come into this class. Leading off this split in split number 2 is going to be entry number 805. The entry number 805, JRP 9K Terra 45N, shown and exhibited by JRP Livestock of Fillmore, Saskatchewan. Together, I guess. Secondly, coming into the ring here and following in is entry number 806. This is going to be Copper Kettle Molly 554N, shown and exhibited by Copper Kettle Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 807, HFL Breda ET 5102N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 810. This will be Knack Lovely 121N, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitals of Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out this class in your 5th entry here is going to be entry number 811. This will be BWFX Grace 72N, shown and exhibited by Bridgeway Livestock of Wawota, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our heifer calf class. And our judge with some comments on his second split of heifer calves.
Really strong calf class here. This split, a lot of depth right from top to bottom of this class. Really like this. She caught my eye, this blaze face heifer here. She's really soft made, really yellow going up through her front. Getting behind her, she's got lots of shape, but I just like her softness through her middle 1/3. I love her front end. She gets out, moves free and easy. The heifer in second, I really admire her. The other blaze face heifer, she's really long fronted. I just think the first place heifer a little softer in the middle for me, but two very strong individuals. You get down into this red heifer, I really like her shape and her mass that she's got. I just thought she was just not quite enough effort to compete with the two above. And on down the line, there's two more other heifers that are going to be very strong, turn into real good cows. But I really love the top third of this class. Is quite powerful. Thank you. Let's put our hands together and show these exhibitors our appreciation for bringing out some fine heifers.
Thank you, Scott. Our class winner here is going to be entry number 806. This will be Copper Cattle Molly 554N, shown and exhibited by Copper Cattle Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. And joining her, coming back into the championship drive, is entry number 807. This will be HFL Beretta ET 5102N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In third in that class was entry number 811, Bridgeway Livestock of Owota, Saskatchewan, followed by entry number 810, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Sementals of Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out the class is entry number 805, shown and exhibited by JRP Livestock of Fillmore, Saskatchewan. We're now going to flip over your page and into split number 3 of our heifer calf division. We'll have four entries in this class. They are going to range from January the 21st to January the 22nd. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 812. This will be HFL Rose ET 5080N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 813. This will be DK Pashmina 32N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 814, GVR Magical 90N, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Following in and rounding out this class will be our fourth entry, entry number 815, Knack Lovely 91N, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Sementals of Rossburn, Manitoba. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 3 in our heifer calf division. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comment on split number 3.
Started this class off, another black blaze face heifer. Heifer I really like. She's soft made in her middle. She's elegant up through her front end. Head comes high out of that, neck comes high out of that shoulder. Heifer, when you get behind her, she's got some shape. I would like to free her up just a little bit. She's kind of snapping a little bit on her backs, but I think if you get her home and get her, I think that's just a thing from being a town. That's just one little thing I'd like to change, but I think she's just the softest, freshest moving female out here. One of this red heifer, a little more power to her. I just like to lay that tail head in a little better, compete with other heifer, but really strong in her forerib, but very strong, powerful heifer, this red heifer. I just gives up a little bit of eye appeal in her front 1/3 compared to the heifer above her, but a really powerful, going to make a tremendous cow. And this black heifer, it's between second and third, I did struggle. I just thought the heifer that I used in second just had a little more spring to her rib. Shoulder laid in a little better maybe, but both these heifers, second and third heifers, very strong. Really good. Finished out, rounded out the class, a really nice heifer. Just not quite enough shape and dimension for me today to go any higher.
Thank you, Judge. And our class winner here in split number 3 is going to be entry number 812. This will be HFL Rose ET 5080N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Our second place heifer and returning into our championship drive is going to be entry number 814. This will be GVR Magical 90N, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Followed out by entry number 813, DK Land and Cattle Company of Lampman, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class is entry number 815. Northern Light Semitoles of Rossburn, Manitoba. It's going to move us into split number 4. We'll have 5 entries coming in for the next class. They're going to age range from January the 14th to January the 19th of 2025. We have five exhibitors in this class. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 816. Entering the ring, her name is going to be RBP Miss Caliber 6N, shown and exhibited by Porter Semitoles of Canito, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 817, WML Rain 1N, shown and exhibited by White Mud Livestock of Gladstone, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 818, Copper Kettle Brett 251N, shown and exhibited by Copper Kettle Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 819. This will be JL Goldie 504N, shown and exhibited by J. Morandi Livestock of Beausejour, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 820. This will be DK Pashmina 13N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle Company of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 4 of class 700. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along in your show program, 819 is going to be a scratch in this class. 819 will be a scratch in split number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, as well as sponsors, throughout the week here to keep the show running as smoothly as possible, we have many, many people behind the scenes, sponsors, volunteers, staff, and I'd just like to take a few moments and recognize a few of them now. Our official towing company for this week is Full Tilt Towing. Full Tilt Towing is our official towing company at AgX, and we appreciate their support for keeping things moving along all week. Our Cattle Country sponsors, our Cattle Country sponsored by the Brandon Sun and Sunrise Credit Union. A big thank you goes out to the Brandon Sun and the Sunrise Credit Union, proud Cattle Country sponsors for AgX. Your support helps us celebrate agriculture in the heart of the prairies. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge with his comments on split number 4.
Four real strong heifers in this class, right from top to bottom. I started with this heifer calf here, this black heifer calf. I really like her angles. I like her softness through her middle. She's long fronted, neck comes out high on the shoulder. You get behind her, she's got a lush shape, stifled, carries down that stifle real nice. Heifer that's fresh, a little fresher than some of the other heifers in the class, and I really like that heifer. The second place heifer, just a little maybe flatter made in her. When you get in behind her, I'd like to maybe give her a little more lower stifle or just kind of bulk her out. She's maybe just a little flatter there for me, but big wedgie type female. Neck comes out high on the shoulder, really love her head. Then this third place heifer, she's very nice. I just didn't think she had quite enough power to get up above the two heifers above her. And then the blazeface heifer rounds out the class. I just like to soften her up a little. She's a little too tubular for me. I like females that have a little more spring of rib, but very strong individual, very, very nice up through her front and elegant. I just not quite enough middle in her for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And our class winner here and returning in for a championship drive is going to be entry number 820, DK Pashmina 13N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. In second place and returning back in for the championship drive is entry number 816, RBP Miss Caliber 6N, shown and exhibited by Porter Sementals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. Followed in third place is entry number 817, White Mud Livestock of Gladstone, Manitoba. And rounding out this class was entry number 818, Copper Kettle Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. This will move us into split number 5 in our heifer calf division. These heifers are going to be born between January the 9th and January the 14th of 2025. We should see 5 entries come into this class. Leading off our class here is going to be entry number 821. This will be Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 822. This is going to be KCH Soda Crush 508N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 823. This will be SYD Roxette 14N, shown and exhibited by Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 824. This will be 2L Nixie 786N, shown and exhibited by 2L Semitals of La Broquerie, Manitoba. Followed in and rounding out this class here will be entry number 825. This will be Big Sky Rihanna 14N, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Sementals of Rivers, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 5 in our Semental heifer calf division. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take this time and introduce to you our judge for the day, Scott Anderson. Scott Anderson originated from the beautiful Swan River Valley in Manitoba. Scott's great-grandfather immigrated from Scotland and settled in the Swan River Valley in 1898. Scott was born with great Angus roots in his veins. His grandfather, dad, and uncle started raising purebred Angus in 1933 under the name A.B. Anderson and Sons. In the later years, the name was changed to Mountain View Farms. Scott grew up following the Angus cow at a very young age. He studied phenotype, pedigrees, catalogs, and has shown cattle extensively. He has exhibited his first cattle at the Toronto Royal when he was only 15 years of age, showed his father's cattle at the National Western Stock Show the same year. Many champions, premier breeder, premier exhibitor, and backdrop pictures have been gathered at the CWA, Farm Fair, Manitoba Fall Fair, NWSS, Iowa Beef Expo, Black Sands Stock Show, and the Toronto Royal in the early 1980s to 2010. On December the 20th of 2010, Mountain View Farms dispersed their cow herd, and in March of 2011 sold the bull calves and the heifer calves, a total of 900 heads sold, setting an all-time record in the Angus dispersal sale in Canada at the time. Scott has had the privilege of judging at the 2009 World Angus Forum various breeds of the CWA in Regina, Manitoba Fall Fair, the Toronto Royal, and the Expo Beef. Scott also had the privilege of judging the 2023 Angus Show at the Canadian Western Agribition. Since then, Scott has worked for various ranches in Western Canada. Scott and his wife now reside at Sullivan Lake, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge for today, Scott Anderson. Please put your hands together. We're in capable hands here today, and welcome him here. And our judge with some comments.
This heifer I used to win the class, I think just in my mind, she came to the top just from the freedom movement. She's one of the freest moving heifers out here. Still has a look to her. I would like to change some things. I do love her wedginess and shape to her. I'd like to lay that tail hin a little nicer, or maybe lift her pins. I think to just set that tail hin a little better. But I felt she won this class just on her. Thought she was one of the freest moving heifers. Second place heifer, I really like her on the stand, but she got a little choppy in her movement for me. Just didn't think she could get any higher today. Then I went with this big heifer here. I switched these third and fourth heifers. I think she's a pretty good heifer. I just like to clean her up and in her navel and stuff. Maybe lay that tail head down, but really a powerful heifer that I think is going to turn. Really nice teat placement on her. I think she's going to lay down real nice udder as time goes on. And the fourth place heifer that I've switched there, the dark red heifer, I just maybe like to give her a little bit more power for compete with these heifers above her today. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And our class winner here is going to be entry number 821, Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. And coming back into the championship drive in second place was entry number 822, KCH Soda Crush 508N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 825, Big Sky Semitals of Rivers, Manitoba, followed by entry number 823, Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba, and rounding out the class was entry number 824, 2L Semitals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into split number 6 of class number 7. These heifers are going to be age ranged from January the 5th to January the 9th. We should have 4 entries in this class here. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 826, TWD Nyla 1N, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 827, Chick Fancy Nancy 3N, shown and exhibited by Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, Manitoba. Followed in again, another entry from Little Chicks Cattle Co. is entry number 828. This will be Chick Nina 2N. Rounding out the class is going to be entry number 829, HFL Rose 5034N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 6 in our Semitol Heifer Calf division. And our Judge Anderson with some comments on split number 6.
This young lady at the front of the class here brought out another real nice one here. This black heifer is just so fresh and elegant up to her front. Really like her head. She's got a big muzzle on her, just soft made, really hard to pick a hole in her. She's so strong in that forerib. You get in behind her, she's just soft, just a really very easy winner in my mind. This heifer in second place, this red heifer, just not, the pieces are there, but they're not all put together quite as well as the heifer that beat her. I'd like to change a few things about her, but a very, very nice heifer. Comes to second place real easy. I just like to maybe lay that tail head a little better and make her a little more softer through her middle, but very nice heifer. on the two heifers down the line, just not quite as put together as these first two to rise any higher. But I think we should put our hands together and show these exhibitors our appreciation for bringing out 4 real nice heifers.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner here in split number 1 is going to be entry number 829 HFL Rose 5034N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place and going to be returning into our championship drive is entry number 828 Chick Nina 2N, shown and exhibited by Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, Manitoba. Followed in in third place is entry number 827 Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, and rounding out the class here is entry number 826, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. This will move us into split number 7 in our heifer calf division. These heifer calves are going to be born between January the 3rd and January the 5th of 2025. We should see 5 entries coming into this class. Leading off this class and coming into the ring now is entry number 830. This will be DTH Sheila 5156, shown and exhibited by Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 831. This will be HFL Rose ET 5021N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 832 DTH Overtime 5007, and this will be shown and exhibited by Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan as well. Followed in by entry number 833 MJP Miss Caliber ET1N, shown and exhibited by Porter Semitals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class in split number 7 is going to be entry number 834 KCH Dream On 502N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 7 in our heifer calf division. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comment on split number 7.
Very close pacing between these first two heifers. I just left them the way they came in the ring. I think this first place, I just maybe like how her neck comes out of her shoulder a little bit. I think she's maybe just a tick better in her fore rib than the heifer in second place. But two very good individuals. They're two of the freest moving heifers out there. Two very good heifers. The second place heifer, she's wedgy. She's got lots of shape to her. They're both nice-headed, very close decision. I think you could flip-flop these heifers all day long. Then we get into this third place heifer. She gets a little big for me, but for a big heifer, she moves around free and easy. I really like her. I like her skull. I like a lot of things about her. She just gets a little more power for me compared to the two heifers that I've used above her. The red heifer then fourth. I really like her. I did switch these heifers. I think she's really my kind of female. Both these are going to make real nice cows. And the heifer that I rounded out the class, she just gets a little too choppy in her movement for me today to place any higher. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation to these exhibitors for bringing out such a nice group of heifers.
Thank you, Scott. Split number 7, our class winner there is entry number 830, DTH Sheila, 5156, shown and exhibited by Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. In second place and coming back in for the championship drive is entry number 831, HFL Rose ET, 5021N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In third place is entry number 833, Porter Semitals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. In fourth is entry number 832, Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan, and rounding out that class is entry number 834, KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this moves us into our 8th and final split of our Seminole heifer calf division. These heifers are going to be born between January the 1st and January the 3rd. We should see 4 entries come into this class. Leading off this class here is entry number 835, MCR, Miss Nora, 39K10N, shown and exhibited by McCurr Semitals of Boissevain, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 836, Oakview Nala 43N, shown and exhibited by Oakview Semitals of Darlingford, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 837, Miss Nala 503N, shown and exhibited by Mason Farms of Haywood, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 838, RZC Lady 1N, shown and exhibited by Rocking Z Cattle Company of Rossburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 8 in our heifer calf division. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to take this moment here to big shout out to the MSA breeders. I'm just going to read through a little email that was sent out to most of you just to refresh. The cutoff deadline is the end of today. To be a part of this program, it is an incentive for the Manitoba Young Canadian Semitole Association. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank everybody for continued support to our juniors and the breed as a whole. Due to the incredible amount of the support we have received in our 2025 Manitoba Young Canadian Semitole Association fundraisers, we are excited to announce and launch a new program for the Manitoba Junior Semitole breeders, the Manitoba Semitole Heifer Voucher Program. This initiative is designed to encourage and support our junior members as they grow their own herds and strengthen their involvement in the Semitole breed. We would really like to use this new program as a way to incentive more juniors to attend both the Manitoba Junior Semitole shows that we run annually. each year. So the program is going to consist of, each year, 2 eligible junior members will be randomly drawn to win a voucher that can be used towards the purchase of a Simmental or Simmental percentage heifer. To be eligible for the draw, a YCSA junior member must enter and exhibit cattle in one of the 2 Manitoba Junior Simmental shows. The Manitoba Junior Simmental Summer Show is held in various locations throughout Manitoba each year, or you must show at the Manitoba Junior Simmental Show held here at the Manitoba Ag X in Brandon, Manitoba. This program is open to all juniors from any province in Canada, so it doesn't matter if you're a Manitoba YCSA member or a SCSA member or an ASA member, you are eligible to enter this draw. However, we will draw one that will include the YCSA member from Manitoba and solely only Manitoba, and another one, the second voucher, will be drawn from an outside member of Manitoba. This program details for the breeders. So the breeders, listen to this, your voucher winners will only be able to use your voucher towards females that breeders have officially sanctioned the breeder list. So please, if you are not a breeder and are wanting to be sanctioned with this, you must enter in with Sandra over here by the end of the day today. Eligibility purchases may take place through both private treaty and sale formats. It doesn't matter if you're sanctioned in a sale, but you can still enter into this. If a Manitoba consignment sale would like to be a fully sanctioned, all individual consigners in that specific sale must pay their entry fee for the lottery. Payment on the voucher is issued to the Manitoba YCS directly, and a junior member wants proof of purchase, and the sanctioned breeder has a sale or been submitted to the board. Sandra is just correct me here. I guess all sanctioned breeder lists, if you're wanting to be on it, you are supposed to see Bobby Joe Foster, the Manitoba YCSA Vice President. Bobby Joe is probably somewhere around here ringside or in the back of the barn today. Please see her and make payable to e-transfer to Cody Carson or to Bobby herself. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments on split number 8.
Started this class off with a real nice blaze face heifer. She's one of the freest moving heifers in the class. I think she rides the class quite easily in this, comes out in this class real easy. She's very angular up through her front end. She's got some bone in her. She's really got a nice spring of rib to her. Tailhead's laid in nice. If you're going to change one thing, I might bring her a little bit deeper in her stifle, but she's very, very easy winner in this class. The second place heifer that I admire for her length and just doesn't have, not quite as elegant made up through her head and front 1/3 as the heifer above her. I like to soften her up through her middle, but you get behind her heifer that's really quite stout and pins are high enough. This big red heifer, I was thinking of using a little high. I'd like to just change her up through her front 1/3 and maybe lift her pins a little bit. She kind of drops off from her hooks to pins, but a big, powerful heifer that's going to go out and make a tremendous cow. The heifer I round out the class with just gives up a little bit of spring of rib and type and kind for the heifers above her, but very strong class. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for these breeders for bringing out a fine group of heifers.
Thank you, Scott. And our class winner here and returning back into our championship drive will be entry number 838, RZC Lady 1N, shown and exhibited by Rocking Z Cattle Company of Rossburn, Manitoba. In second place and returning in for our championship drive is entry number 835, MCR Miss Nora 39K10N, shown and exhibited by McCurr Simmentals of Boissevain, Manitoba. In third place is entry number 836, Oakview Simmentals of Darlingford, Manitoba. And rounding out this class was entry number 837, shown and exhibited by Mason Farms of Haywood, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this now comes the time where we are going to be slapping our champion heifer calf class to come back in for our overall champion Simmental female. Coming back to us out of split number 1, our first place heifer there was entry number 801 HFL Labretta 5158N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Our second place heifer out of split number 1 was entry number 804 Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Kenora, Saskatchewan. In split number 2, our class winner there, and entering the ring is entry number 806. This will be Copper Kettle Molly 254N, shown and exhibited by Copper Kettle Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. Our second place heifer calf out of split number 2 was entry number 807. This will be HFL Breda ET 5102N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. As she enters the ring there, out of split number 3 is entry number 812 HFL Rose ET 5080N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place, out of split number 3, was entry number 814 GVR Magical 90N, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Coming to us out of split number 4 and back into the ring is entry number 820. This will be DK Pashmina 13N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lapman, Saskatchewan. Our second place heifer out of split number 4 was entry number 816 RBP Miss Caliber 6N, shown and exhibited by Porter Semitals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. Out of split number 5 is entry number 821 Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Our second place heifer out of split number 5 was entry number 822 KCH Soda Crush 508N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Our class winner out of split number 6 is entry number 829 HFL Rose 5034N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Our second place heifer out of split number 6 was entry number 828. This is Chick Nina 2N, shown and exhibited by Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, Manitoba. And then split number 7, our first place heifer there was entry number 830 DTH Sheila 5156, shown and exhibited by Riverside Farm of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Our second place heifer in split 7 was entry number 831 HFL Rose ET 5021N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And coming back into the ring out of the split that we just seen, split number 8, your first place heifer there was entry number 838 RZC Lady 1N, shown and exhibited by Rocking Z Cattle Company of Rossburn, Manitoba. And your second place heifer and final heifer in this championship drive is entry number 835 MCR Miss Nora 39K10N, shown and exhibited by McCurr Semitals of Boissevain, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 16 outstanding Semital heifer calves in this class. Let us hear you out there now. Put your hands together for the 16 heifer calves in this championship drive. Ladies and gentlemen, some comments from our judge.
I think as purebred or Semital breeders, you should be very proud of what you see out here. I am so impressed with this lineup of females, both rows. Doesn't matter what breed you put them in, they're really, really good, I think. I'm really happy, and let's show our appreciation to these exhibitors. It takes a lot of work to bring these cattle out, and I think as breeders, you should be very proud of what I've got out here in front of you. Sent some good ones back to the barn, but this lineup is very impressive. There's not a heifer in this lineup that I wouldn't want to take home and make as a cow or a show heifer. There's so much future. I think your Semital breed looks is in very good hands when you can bring out females like this. I judged Semitals when I was a young lad at Agribition, and I can tell you the breed has come so far. These cattle, you've got them softer made. They're just better structured. They're so good. I think you should be proud as Semital breeders to be able to raise some females like this. I just think they're so good. And with that, I'm going to go pick us a couple of calf and reserve champion calf here for the 2025 Fall Fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion comes to us out of split number 6. This is going to be entry number 829, HFL Rose 5034N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve champion heifer calf comes to us out of split number 1. Also shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba is entry number 801, HFL Libretta 5158N. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations goes out to Horner Cattle Company again of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Our banner sponsors here, our grand champion heifer calf banner sponsor is Rainbow River Semitoles, and our reserve champion purebred heifer calf is sponsored by Burt's and our Semitoles. Norbert, if you're in the crowd and you want to present your banner, please come on down now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move ourselves into our junior heifer here. This will be a heifer born between April the 1st and December the 31st here. This will be class number 703. Entry number here is entry number 839, Hollywood Lucky 7 50M, shown and exhibited by Hollywood Semitoles of Haywood, Manitoba. And our judge with some comments.
Real nice October heifer. This blaze face come out here. She moves around the ring real free and easy. Very nice heifer. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks up against the other yearlings when they get out here. But young lady's brought a real nice one.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior heifer is entry number 839, Hollywood Lucky 750M, shown and exhibited by Hollywood Semitoles of Haywood, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move ourselves into our senior yearling heifer class. This will be class number 704, split number 1. These heifers are going to be born between February the 6th and February the 25th. We should have 5 entries coming into the class here, and leading off the class is going to be entry number 841. This will be KWD Mercury 28M, shown and exhibited by Decker Cattle of Haywood, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 842, Triple T Marjorie 547M, shown and exhibited by Triple T Diamond Simmentals of Lundar, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 843, this will be Scissors Miley 60M, shown and exhibited by JRP Livestock of Fillmore, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 844, this will be Delight Chelsea 158M, shown and exhibited by Delight Simmentals of St. Alphonse, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 845, TWD Moana 72N, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 1 in our senior yearling class. Ladies and gentlemen, as I announced earlier, this show is not possible without major sponsors throughout the week. A couple more of our sponsors is the official truck of the Manitoba Ag X. The official truck is Kelleher Ford. A big shout out goes out to the Kelleher Ford, the official truck of the Manitoba Ag X. We thank them for continuing their support and helping us haul in a great show. Also, our cattle supporters and our sponsor here today, Heartland Livestock Services out of Virden, Manitoba. Heartland Livestock Services is Virden and Saskatchewan's largest auction mart. Be sure to check out their upcoming bred cow and heifer sales in November and December, where they will be marketing over 4,000 bred cattle. Remember, it pays to sell at the auction mart in Heartland Livestock Services in Virden, Manitoba. Also, our show ring sponsors here is the Canad Inns, the Manitoba Charlet Association, and Master Feeds. These sponsors are our major sponsors of our show ring here, the Manitoba Charlet Association, the Canad Inns, and the Master Feeds. A big round of applause goes out to all of our sponsors for the show ring and keeps our competition in the rings running strong. Ladies and gentlemen, we do thank those sponsors for keeping our show going this week. And some judges' comments on his first split of yearling heifers.
Started off this class with this black heifer. I think she rides the class real easy. She's, in my mind, her teat placement is by far the best of all these heifers out here. I think she's going to lay down. There's nice teat spacing on that heifer's udder coming there. She's long-bodied. She's got enough shape to her. I would like to stretch that front end out a little bit, but she's a very powerful heifer. The heifer, the red blaze face and behind her, just I think gives up a little bit in her, as far as the teat placement goes, but a really good individual. She's going to turn out to be a really nice cow. I think just gets overpowered by the heifer above her. Then you get to the 3 heifers that round out the class here. This black heifer, really like her. I just like to give her a little more rib shape, and I think she's going to lay down a pretty nice udder too. The teat spacing just pretty adequate. Just a little flatter made heifer, and then we get the big blaze, or the black and white heifer. I'd like to change her teat placing a little bit, and she's just a little harder for me today. I'd like to soften her up and make her just a little easier. And the full blood heifer, the round of the class, she's just going to make a nice cow, but just not quite as couldn't place her any higher today. Let's give these exhibitors applause for bringing out some very nice heifers.
Thank you, Scott, for the comments. Our class winner here in split number 1 is entry number 841, KWD Mercury 28M, shown and exhibited by Decker Cattle Company of Haywood, Manitoba. In second place and returning back in for our championship yearling heifer drive is entry number 842. This will be Triple T 547M, shown and exhibited by Triple T Diamond Sementals of Lundar, Manitoba. In third is entry number 845, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. In fourth is entry number 843, JRP Livestock of Fillmore, Saskatchewan. And in fifth place is entry number 844, Delight Sementals of St. Olaf's, Manitoba. We're going to move into split number 2 in our Semental yearling division. Leading off this class and coming in is entry number 846. This is going to be TCW Montana 271M, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba, with additional owner Alliance Sementals. Followed in by entry number 847. This will be SBSF Maddie 37M, shown and exhibited by Rockin' D Sementals of Haywood, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 848, DK Pashmina 31M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class is entry number 849, Triple T Momba 517M, shown and exhibited by 2L Sementals of La Broquerie, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our yearling heifer class. These heifers are going to age range from January 23rd to January the 30th of 2024. And some comments from our judge here on split number 2.
start off this class with this black heifer. She rises to the top of this class quite easily in my mind. She's doesn't do a lot of things wrong. She's really nice headed, big muzzle on her, heifer that's real good in her forerib. Just a lot of heifer there, and I really like her. She moves around free and easy. If I was going to change anything about her, I just like to space those teats out just a little bit wider, but very, very elegant heifer to start off this class. Then I went with this full-blood heifer. I like a lot of things about her. I think for a full-blood heifer, she's quite good. I would like to change a little bit, maybe the way that neck comes out of that shoulder, but she's got a lot of good to her. I like the teat spacing. She's got enough to her. I think she's quite good. They're fairly close placing between second and third place. I just thought this full-blood heifer, as good as she is for a full-blood, I think she needs to be in second. The heifer I rounded out the class with is just a little round made for me. I like to soften her up in her middle, just get a little choppier in her movement. But heifer I just like to flatten out that muscle pan. Just a little round made for me, but really strong class, top to bottom. I think we should give these folks a round of applause for bringing out 4 real nice heifers.
Thank you, Scott. You betcha, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that round of applause going for entry number 848, DK Pashmina 31M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. And returning back in for a championship yearling heifer drive is going to be entry number 846, TCW Montana 271M, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. In third in that class was entry number 847, shown and exhibited by Rockin' D Semitals of Haywood, Manitoba. And rounding out the class is entry number 849, 2L Semitals of Labrokery, Manitoba. This is going to move us into split number 3. These heifers are going to be born between January 13th and January 19th of 2024. We should have 4 entries coming into this class here in split number 3. Leading off the class is entry number 850, Bert's Miss Miracle 56M, shown and exhibited by Bert's N.R. Semitals of Haywood, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 851. This is going to be SYD Whole Lotta Rosie 428M, shown and exhibited by Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 853 Triple T Marigold 502M, shown and exhibited by Triple T Semitals of Lundar, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be entry number 854 Rendezvous Mini 418M, shown and exhibited by Oakview Semitals of Darlingford, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 3 in our senior yearling division. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge with some comments on this split of heifers.
Start this class off with this dark red heifer. She comes to the top of this class quite easily in my mind. She's free and easy moving, very angular up to her front. She's got really strong on her forward and a sweep to her belly. Heifer that I really like and comes to the class quite easily. Second place heifer, I just like to lay that tail head a little better compared to the first place heifer, but really a right kind of female. She's got all the angles. She's nice up through that front 1/3. She's got a big barrel in her middle third, laying down a pretty nice udder. Teat spacing is adequate, I think, for me. Heifer that I do quite like. I just like to lay that tail head in a little better. And on down the road, we get the other two heifers, a little too much tubular for me. I just need a little more shape and rib shape in them, a little soften them up in the middle. But really strong front end to this class today. Really like your heifer.
Thank you, Scott, for the comments. Your class winner here and returning back in is going to be entry number 850. This will be Bert's Miss Miracle 56M, shown and exhibited by Bert's NR Semitoles of Haywood, Manitoba. In second place and returning back in for the championship drive is entry number 851, SYD Whole Lotta Rosie 428M, shown and exhibited by Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 853, Triple T Diamond Semitoles of Lundar, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 854, Oakview Semitoles of Darlingford, Manitoba. This is going to move us into split number 4 of our yearling heifer drive. These heifers are going to be born between January the 9th and January the 12th of 2024. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 855. This will be Big Sky Brandy 15M, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitoles of Rivers, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 856, Roseview Maggie 3M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 857, TWD Mabel 1M, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is going to be, is she coming in? Kim? Is going to be a scratch. We're going to scratch entry number 858. 858 will be a scratch if you're following along in your program. Oh, here she comes. All right, entering into the ring is going to be entry number 858. WILC Mabel 6M, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. That'll be entry number 858 entering the ring now. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments in split number 4.
Very nice red blaze to start off this class. I just think she rises to the top of this class real easy. She's really soft made. She's elegant up for her front end. She's a big muzzled heifer. She doesn't do a lot of things wrong, like she's got a really deep or big spring of rib in her middle 1/3. Tail head's laid in real nice. She's just a really easy heifer to look at. Really nice teeth placing on her. I think she's going to make a tremendous cow. And let's get into the second heifer. Just gives up a little bit of overall completeness, but heifer that's really long-sided. Heifer that I think's got a lot of good in her. I think she's going to lay down a pretty nice udder. Just can't compete with the heifer any higher today. And these two heifers down in third and fourth, both very good individuals. I just think they're just can't compete any higher today. But 4 really strong heifers out here to in this class of bred heifers, and I think we should put our hands together and show these folks how we appreciate all the work they did to get them out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner here is entry number 856, a Roseview Maggie 3M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place and returning back in for the championship drive will be entry number 855, Big Sky Brandy 15M, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitals of Rivers, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 858, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. And in fourth place is entry number 857, Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this now moves us into split number 5 of our senior yearling division here, and our final split. These heifers are born between January the 1st and January the 5th of 2024. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 859, a Scott Licious 2M, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 860. This will be Macintosh Lulu 12M, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 861, Bert's Miss Melanie 1M, shown and exhibited by Rocking Z Cattle Company of Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out this class and entering the ring is entry number 862, MCR Miss Molly 39K2M, shown and exhibited by McCurr Semitals of Boissevain, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final split number 5 of our senior bred heifer drive, yearling heifer drive.
this young lady here, and to come up to the start of this class, brought a real nice one out here. This heifer's just so soft made. She doesn't do a lot of things wrong. I really like how the neck comes out high in that shoulder. She's well balanced. She's got a big sweep to her center, center third, heifer that's laying down. Probably one of the best teat placings all day that I've seen on a bred heifer. She's really quite an exceptional individual. I think I really like this heifer. There's not a load of holes in her. This red blazeface heifer just gives up. She's a little not quite as soft made. Breaks in behind that shoulder a little bit compared to the heifer above her. But I really like the angles that she's got putting together. Big sweep to that rib cage and that center third, laying down a real nice udder too. I think she's going to make a really impressive cow. This big heifer in fourth, just a little more frame than I'm looking for today, but she is going to lay down a real nice udder. I think she's got a really nice teat placement on her. Heifer that's got some body and big muzzled heifer. I think this dark red heifer here in third is going to make a really nice cow. Get into the black heifer, I round out the class. Just gives up a little bit of substance and capacity compared to the heifers above her, but still a very strong individual. I think we should put our hands together. There's quite a good class of females, especially at the top end of the class.
Thank you, Scott. Your class winner there is entry number 859, Scott Licious 2M, shown and exhibited by Peru Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. In second and returning back in for the championship drive is entry number 861, Bert's Miss Melanie 1M, shown and exhibited by Rocking Z Cattle Company of Rossburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our splits of our junior females. We will now be moving into our Junior Female Championship Drive. Our Purebred Junior Female banner is sponsored by Southam Semitoles. Our Reserve Champion Junior Female is sponsored by Vandeville Cattle. Should be entering back into the ring out of our junior division is entry number 839, Hollywood Lucky 750M, shown and exhibited by Hollywood Semitoles of Haywood, Manitoba. Moving into our senior yearling heifers is going to be entry number out of split number 1 is entry number 841, KWD Mercury 28M, shown and exhibited by Decour Cattle of Haywood, Manitoba. Second place in that class and coming into the arena now is entry number 842, Triple T Marjorie 547M, shown and exhibited by Triple T Diamond Semitoles of Lundar, Manitoba. In split number 2 and coming into the ring is entry number 848, DK Pashmina 31M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Second place in split number 2 is entry number 846, TCW Montana 271M, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba, with additional owner Alliance Semitoles. In split number 3 and coming back into the arena now is entry number 850. This will be Bert's Miss Miracle 56M, shown and exhibited by Bert's NR Semitoles of Haywood, Manitoba. In second place in that class is entry number 851, SYD Whole Lotta Rosie 428M, shown and exhibited by Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba. Coming in out of split number 4 was entry number 856, a Roseview Margie 3M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place of split number 4 was entry number 855. This will be Big Sky Brandy 15M, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitoles of Rivers, Manitoba. And returning back in out of split number 5 that we just seen is entry number 859, Scott Licious 2M, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. And second place in that class is entry number 861, Bert's Miss Millie 1M, shown and exhibited by Rocking Z Cattle Company of Rossburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Junior Female Championship Drive. Please put your hands together for an excellent set of yearling heifers. And our judge with some comments on his class.
real happy with the yearling heifers we got out in this yearling division. I think we should put our hands together and show these exhibitors how we appreciate them. It's a lot of work bringing these cattle out to these shows, and I think it's great promotion for the breed. Everybody can't do it, but I think it's very important that we acknowledge the breeders that are willing to spend that extra money and time to bring these cattle out and promote them for your breed. With that, like I said, I'm very proud of these females that I got out here. I think in my mind there's two obvious winners, real easy winners in my mind, and I'm going to go and show you which ones I picked.
Ladies and gentlemen, out of split number 5 is your junior champion is entry number 859, Scott Licious 2M, shown and exhibited by Peru Cattle Company of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Our champion and our reserve champions, please come forward to receive your banners. Our champion banner is sponsored by Southam Semitoles and Vandeville Cattle Co. Your reserve champion comes to us out of split number 4 is entry number 856, Roseview Margie 3M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. You're doing very good. You're doing very good, but it did. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move ourselves into class number 707. These are going to be females born between January the 1st of 2023 and December 31st of 2023 with natural 2025 calf at foot. This will be our first 2-year-old class here. So with that, we've got 4 entries in this division. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 863. This will be Macintosh Holly 92L, with progeny at side, Flying W Kid Rock 92N at side, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Followed into the ring here, our second entry is entry number 864, Oakview Lola 220L, shown with progeny at side, Oakview Nano 43N, shown and exhibited by Oakview Seminoles of Darlingford, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 865, Brooksland Laney 313L, with Knack Laney 35N at side, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Seminoles of Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 866, Mass Lacey 305L, with Mass Nella 503N at side, shown and exhibited by Masson Farms of Haywood, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2-year-old female class. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not just the organizers that we have to thank, it's not just the sponsors we have to thank, but we also have to thank some of our volunteers here today in order to keep this show running smoothly. Out back, in behind the scenes, and doing an unbelievable job of getting these cattle ready to go, we've got 3 important people back there. Is Sharon Southam, Brooke Canart, and Mike Canart doing the marshalling in the back and getting everybody ready to go in here and on time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give those 3 people a big round of applause. They can probably hear you, and it doesn't go unnoticed. As well, while I'm thanking people, and 2 people in the ring here that probably needs no introduction to the Seminole breed, but I'll tell you what, we're still going to introduce them, and we're still going to thank them for doing a thankless job out there. Kim Warmington and Bill Bigolini are being our ring stewards in the ring here today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Bill and Kim a big round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges with his comment on these 2-year-old females.
Very close placing between these first 2 pairs. Both do a lot of the right things. I just think I just like the balance of these 2 that I started with. The calf is fresh. is there enough calf there? I think there is. I think she's going to turn out a lot like her mom. The calf I quite like. She moves around free and easy. Really nice udder on both these females. I just went with the red pair. I just think they're more my kind of female. Really like the udder quality, and I think there's enough calf there. This black pair is very impressive. Udder I don't think is quite as good as my red cow that I led off with. And I really like the bull calf on the stand, but when he gets out moves, he's just really choppy, a little straight in that shoulder, and I just like to see him move out a little freer and easier for me today. But two very good pairs to start off this class. And we get down third and fourth. They're just not quite as tidy udders. Calves are just not quite as powerful and complete as the above them, but two very strong 2-year-olds here to take the breed forward. Very impressive. Let's give these folks a hand. It's a lot of work to bring out these pairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner here is entry number 865, Brooksland Laney 313L, shown and exhibited by shown and exhibited by Northern Light Sementals of Rossburn, Manitoba, with Knack Laney 35 and at side. Our second place in this class is entry number 863, Macintosh Holly 92L, with Flying W Kid Rock 92 and at side, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. In third place was entry number 864, Oakview Sementals of Darlingford, Manitoba, and rounding out this class is entry number 866, Mason Farms of Haywood, Manitoba. This is going to take us into class number 708 now. We should have 3 entries coming in for this. This will be our females born before December 31st of 2023 with 2025 natural calf at side. As I said, we should have 3 entries coming in for this class here. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 868. This will be JL Goldie 214K with JL Goldie 504N at side, shown and exhibited by J. Morandi Livestock of Beausejour, Manitoba. Following in the J. Morandi entry will be entry number 869. This will be Black Gold Miss Soda Pop 134J with JLC Miss Soda Pop 42N at side, shown and exhibited by Jorgensen Land and Cattle Limited of Redvers, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class here, coming to us from Rapid City, Manitoba, is going to be entry number 870, CMS Cream Soda 50H with KCH Cream Soda 508N at side, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your mature cow class. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments on his class.
Here's the 3-year-old to win this class, mature cow class. In my mind, she's a real easy winner, by far the best udder cow in the class, and she's doing a great job on that calf. I think it's probably the best calf in the class too. Really nice pair. She might have outdone herself on the calf. I think the calf's quite good too. Gonna really nice teat placement on the calf and really easy winner. This I'd like to change the udder on this next calf. Maybe free the movement up on the second place pair. Free the movement up on the calf a bit, but for a 5-year-old udder, it's acceptable. But I just like to clean that udder up a little bit. But two real good pairs, mature pairs here. Let's put our hands together. It's a lot of work for these exhibitors to bring these pairs out.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner and returning in for the championship senior female drive will be entry number 868, JL Goldie 214K with JL Goldie 504 and at side, shown and exhibited by J. Morandi Livestock of Beausejour, Manitoba. In second place and returning back in for the senior champion drive is entry number 870, CMS Cream Soda 50H with KCH Soda Crush 508 and at side. This will be shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 869, shown and exhibited by Jorgensen Land and Cattle Limited of Redvers, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior champion purebred female banner is sponsored by Pure Country Semitoles, and our reserve senior champion banner is sponsored by McCurr Semitoles. Coming back into the ring here now from class 707, our 2-year-old female pair will be entry number 865, Brooklyn's Laney 313L with Knack Laney 35 and at side, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitoles of Rossburn, Manitoba. In second place and returning into the ring is entry number 863, Macintosh Holly 92L with Flying W Kid Rock 92N at side, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. And returning back from the class that we just seen here in first place out of our senior division was entry at 868 JL Goldie 214K with JL Goldie 504N at side, shown and exhibited by J. Morandi Livestock of Beausejour, Manitoba. And in second place and returning in is entry number 870 CMS Cream Soda 50H with KCH Soda Crush 508 and at side, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship senior female class in our Semitoles show here this morning.
Before we go and pick our senior champion for the 2025 Fall Fair, I think we should put our hands together and show the appreciation. It's a lot of work to keep these cows nursing and bring these pairs out. Really happy. I like all four of these pairs, the 2 matures and 2 2-year-olds. I think they're really strong uddered females that I think are going to go and be industry changers for the industry. Wasn't a lot of mature females or 2s out here, but the ones that were quite good. With that, I'm going to go and pick. I've got 2 that I like quite a bit, and I'm going to go show them to you.
Thank you, Scott, for the comments. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior female comes out of the 2-year-old class, entry number 865, Brooklyn's Laney 313L with Knack Laney 35 and at side, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitoles of Rossburn, Manitoba. And your reserve champion comes from the same class, entry number 863, Macintosh Holly 92L with Flying W Kid Rock 92N at side, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Our banners again for our senior females. Our champion purebred female is sponsored by Pure Country Semitoles, and our senior reserve champion is sponsored by McCurr Semitoles. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. We are going to call in our champion heifer calf. It's going to be entry number 829 HFL Rose 5034N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Our reserve heifer calf is entry number 801 HFL Labretta 5158N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Coming back in from our junior champion heifer class is entry number 859 Scott Alicious 2M, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Your reserve champion junior heifer was entry number 856 Roseview Margie 3M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And our senior champion female, returning back into the ring that we just saw here, is entry number 865 Brooklands Laney 313L with Knack Laney 35N at side, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitoles of Rossburn, Manitoba. And our reserve senior female is entry number 863 Macintosh Holly 92L with Flying W Kid Rock 92N at side, shown and exhibited by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion Semitole female drive here in the 2025 Manitoba Ag X.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors for bringing out such a fine group. Impressive championship lineup here. Right from my heifer calf division to the yearling heifers to the pairs. I think the breed's in good shape for these females can take you advanced. They're going to be donor cows. We sent a lot of good ones back to the barn, but this championship lineup I've got here I think is really going to move the breed forward. These cattle are right for the industry today, and I think I think the Simmental breed is in good shape with just keep making cattle like these, and just whether it's through embryo transplant or whatever, just keep making them like this kind, and the breed will be in really good shape. So with that, I'm going to go pick my 2 champions.
Our champion female banner today is sponsored by Downhill Simmentals. Our reserve champion banner is sponsored by the Pembina Triangle Simmental Association, as our judges out there to select our grand and reserve champion female here in the 2025 Manitoba Ag X Simmental Show. Ladies and gentlemen, your overall Supreme Champion Simmental female comes to us from Northern Light Simmentals of Rossburn, Manitoba. Entry number 865, Brooklands Laney 313L. And your reserve champion comes to us out of the junior division is entry number 859, Scott Alicious 2M, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to all of our Simmental exhibitors here today, and congratulations again goes out to our grand and reserve champion female, Northern Light Simmentals of Rossburn, Manitoba, and Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Again, our championship banners are sponsored by Downhill Simmentals and the Pembina Triangle Simmental Association. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we are going to take a couple of pictures. We will take a quick 10-minute break, hopefully a quick 10-minute break. These guys are going to get their pictures taken over at the backdrop, and we're going to roll right into our first split of the bull calves. These bull calves are going to be born between January the 18th and March the 5th. We will see 5 splits of bull calves, 2 splits of junior bulls, and 1 senior bull to conclude our Simmental show here today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've been given the thumbs up by our ringman. Our judge is back. Our backdrop pictures have been completed. They're telling me it's time we get into the bull division. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have 5 splits of bull calves in our Semitol show here this afternoon. In split number 1, our bull calves will be born between January the 18th and March the 5th. We'll see 5 exhibitors coming in for this class. Our champion bull calf is sponsored by a Prairie Partners Bull Sale, and our reserve champion purebred bull calf is sponsored by M&J Farms of Russell, Manitoba. We do thank both of those sponsors as well. Entering into the ring now in split number 1 is entry number 871 MJP, Mr. Caliber 24N, shown exhibitor by Porter Semitols of Canisto, Saskatchewan. Following in there is entry number 872 GVR Boss 102N, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Followed in is entry number 873, Anak Caliber 115N, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitols of Rossburn, Manitoba. Following in there is entry number 874, Copper Kettle Lucky Dog 253N, shown and exhibited by Copper Kettle Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our first split here in split number 1 is entry number 875, 2L Northern Assassin 86N, shown and exhibited by 2L Semitols of La Broquerie, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this again is split number 1 of Class 713, our bull calves born after January the 1st of 2025. Again, if you're just joining us, our judge for today is Mr. Scott Anderson. We thank Scott for being here today and analyzing these great Semitol cattle that our exhibitors have brought out for us. And some comments from our judge on split number 1 in our bull calf division.
Started this bull calf class out with this black bull. He's the freest moving by a ways out here in this class. He's probably the best footed also, and probably the biggest scrotal bull. So those were some things that pretty important things in my book. There's some things I'd like to change about this calf, but I think he's the best one out here as far as structure and just quality. He's got some herd bull character to him. He's got a lot of substance, mass. Getting behind him, he's stout, muscled, thick. Pretty close placing me at second and third. I just thought there's a little bit more scrotal on the second place calf. Both these calves are very similar in type and kind. The plate calf I used in thirds maybe a little harder muscled than the first place calf, but two very, very good bulls that are going to go on and do the industry a lot of good. Down get into fourth and fifth calves are just a little framier and little to give up in some completeness and some shape and substance compared to the three bulls above them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in split number 1 here in first place is your entry, and coming back in for the championship drive, entry 873, NAC Caliber 115N, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitoles of Rossburn, Manitoba. In second place, and going to be returning back in for the championship drive, entry number 872, GVR Boss 102N, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. In third place is entry number 874, shown and exhibited by Copper Cattle Co. of Watrous, Saskatchewan. In fourth place was entry number 875, 2L Semitoles of Le Roquerie, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 871, MJP Mr. Caliber 24N, shown exhibited by Porter Semitoles of Canisto, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to move into split number 2 of our bull calf division here. These bulls are going to be born between January the 14th and January the 17th. We will see 4 exhibitors coming in. Leading off this class is entry number 876, Sid Credence 247N, shown and exhibited by Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 877, Perot's Graffiti 39N, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 878. This will be TWN Nitro 8N, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here, coming from Miami, Manitoba, is going to be entry number 879, Stepler Verschow 143N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. At this time, again, if you are just joining us, our judge of the day is Scott Anderson. Scott Anderson originated in the beautiful Swan River Valley in Manitoba. Scott's great-grandfather immigrated from Scotland and settled in the Swan River Valley in 1898. Scott was born with the great Angus roots in his veins. His grandfather, his dad, and his uncle started raising purebred Angus in 1933 under the name A.B. Anderson and Sons. In the later years, the name was changed to Mountain View Farms. Scott grew up following the Angus cow at a very young age. He studied phenotype, pedigrees, catalogs, and has shown cattle extensively. He exhibited his first cattle at the Toronto Royal when he was only 15 years of age, showed his father's Gelby cattle at the National Western Stock Show in Denver the same year. Many champions, premier breeder, premier exhibitor, and backdrop pictures have been gathered throughout the years at the CWA in Regina, Farm Fair in Edmonton, Manitoba Fall Fair in Brandon, Northwestern Stock Show in Denver, Colorado, Iowa Beef Expo, Black Sands Stock Show, and the Toronto Royal in the early 1980s to 2010. On December 20th of 2010, Mountain View Farms dispersed their cow herd, and in March of 2011 sold the bull calves and heifer calves. A total of 900 head sold, setting an all-time record for the Angus dispersal sale in Canada at the time. Scott has had the privilege of judging at the 2009 World Angus Forum, various breeds at the CWA in Regina, Manitoba Farm Fair here in Brandon, the Toronto Royal, as well as the Beef Expo Beef in Quebec. Scott also had a privilege of judging the 2023 Angus Show at the Canadian Western Agribition. Since then, Scott has worked with various ranchers across Western Canada. Scott and his wife now reside in Sullivan Lake, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge again for the day is Scott Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott now with his comments on the second split of bull calves.
Real close placing on these front two calves in this class. I went with this black blaze face calf over the other bull. I just like how his shoulders laid in on this calf. I'd like to change some things on both these calves, but just the calf I got in second, just a little bulge up in the shoulder, maybe breaks in behind that shoulder. Little more than that for me today. Both really strong-headed bulls. I just felt the black bull had just a little bit more completeness for me today. I really admire this red bull. Like you get in behind him, he's got a great big toolbox, big wide hip on him, big top. Just two very, very strong bulls to start off this class. Third and fourth bulls just not quite complete as the bulls that I placed ahead of them to compete any higher today.
Thank you, Scott. On to split number 2 and coming back in is entry number 877, Perot's Graffiti 39N, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. In second place and going to be returning into the championship drive is entry number 879, Stepler Verschow 143N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. In third place is entry number 876, shown and exhibited by Rain Cattle Co. of Eden, Manitoba. And rounding out the class is entry number 878, shown and exhibited by Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. This now brings us into split number 3 of our bull calf division. We'll have 4 entries coming in this class here. Age range will be between January the 11th and January the 12th. Of 2025. Leading off this class is entry number 880, Big Sky Nickelback 17N, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitoles of Rivers, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 881, this will be Chick Nickelback 5N, shown and exhibited by Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, Manitoba. Following him in will be entry number 882. This will be Big Sky Elvis 15N, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitoles of Rivers, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 883, DK Tactical 9N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, split number 3 of our bull calf class. And our judge with some comments.
This black bull that stands out here at the top of this class comes there real easily. I think he's a breed changer. Pretty hard to pick a fault in this bull. I think Simmental breeders better pay attention here. This one's really good. He's got a really good foot on, lots of heel, big topped, big quartered, adequate scrotal. In my mind, he's very, very good, whatever color you want to make him, but he's a breed changer, and I think people need to pay attention to this one. I really like this full-blood bull here. He's another bull that gets around the ring equally as well. A very good individual. He's got a lot of shape, a lot of muscle, good on the ground, good on the movement. I think he's quite a full-blood bull. The third place bull I really quite like too. He's got a lot of shape, a lot of style. Maybe breaks in behind that shoulder a little bit more than the two bulls above him, but kind of a cool hairy calf that I quite like a lot. The bull that in fourth rounds out the class, just a little more tubular for me, kind of rolls his back when he gets on the move, but four really, let's put our hands together for four really strong bulls coming out in this division.
What was the comment on the second calf? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, in split number 3 and coming back into our overall bull calf is entry number 883, DK Tactical 9N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Also coming back in is entry number 880, Big Sky Nickelback 17N, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitals of Rivers, Manitoba. In third was entry number 881, Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, Manitoba. And rounding out that class was entry number 882, Big Sky Semitals of Rivers, Manitoba. That'll move us into split number 4 in our bull calf division here. These bulls will be born between January the 4th and January the 9th. We have 4 entries coming into this class. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 884, Knack Caliber 37N, being shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitals of Rossburn, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 885. This will be MJP Mr. Caliber ET2N, shown and exhibited by Porter Semitals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. Followed in by entry number 886, HFL American Pharaoh ET 5031N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 887, HFL Confidence ET 5026N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Again, these bull calves will be competing for our champion and reserve champion banners following the conclusion of split number 5. Our championship banners are sponsored in our bull calf division by Prairie Partners Bull Sale and M&J Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments in split number 4.
I think we should put our hands together. Another really nice class here for our, these black bulls out here. Let's put our hands together and show these exhibitors appreciation. Another very strong class. Very close placing between these first two bulls. I think this first place bull is a little stronger in his forerib than the second place bull. The other bull was kind of fighting the halt to the second place bull. I think the freedom of movement I really liked on the bull I used in first. But both these bulls are very powerful. This first place bull, I just love his character, his head carriage, the way that neck comes out high on his shoulder. Both these bulls are very good footed, a lot of heel, very, very good bulls. The second place bull, probably like the first place bull a little better through his skull than the second place bull, but this is a big powerhouse bull. Both of them got big scrotals. These two bulls definitely need to go into purebred herds. I think they're some really good tools. The third place bull I like a lot too. He's just gives up a little bit of smoothness and cleanliness through his navel, and as compared to the two bulls above him. But two very strong individuals to start this class off.
Thank you, Judge. Split number 4, our first place winner in this class is entry number 886. This will be HFL American Pharaoh ET 5031N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place was entry number 887 HFL Confidence ET 5026N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 884, Northern Light Simmentals of Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out that class was entry 885, Porter Simmentals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be split number 5 coming into the ring here, our final split of bull calves. We should have 4 entries coming in. They're going to age range from January the 2nd to January the 3rd of 2025. On these 4 calves. Leading off this class is going to be entry number 888, HFL Dark Horse 5020N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba, followed by entry number 889, TCW Nash 96N, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 890, Big Sky Johnny Cash 6N, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Simmentals of Rivers, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is going to be entry number 891, HFL Dark Horse ET 5008N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 5 of class 713 Inner Bull Calf Class Division here at the Manitoba Livestock Expo in Brandon, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments here and his fifth split of bull calves.
Start this class off with this black bull here. I think he's the freest moving, best footed bull in the two at the front of the class here. That's where he beats the second place calf. I do like the muscle shape and the style of the calf in second, but I think there's a better foot, and the bull is just moving a little freer. This bull I got in first. I do like the mass in his center of the second bull, in his center, and I like his shape and stuff. I just like to see it put a little better foot on him today and his movement. But two very good bulls to start off this division. Then we got a big full-blood bull in third that I really like. He's got some shape and some muscle and a good type of full-blood bull, big toolbox underneath him. Four really good individuals out in this class.
Thank you, Scott. Split number 5, your class winner here is entry number 888, HFL Dark Horse 5020N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place and coming back into the championship drive will be entry number 891, HFL Dark Horse ET 5008, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In third place in that class was entry number 890, Big Sky Semitals of Rivers, Manitoba, and followed out by entry number 889, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. We're going to move into our championship bull calf drive. Coming back and returning into the ring from split number 1 is entry number 873, NAC Caliber 115N, shown and exhibited by Northern Light Semitals of Rossburn, Manitoba. In second place and returning into the ring now from split 1 is entry number 872, GVR Boss 102N, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Coming back from split number 2 is entry number 877, Perot's Graffiti 39N, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Followed in second place from that class is entry number 879, Stepler's Varsho 143N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. And returning in from split number 3 in first place in that class was entry number 883, DK Tactical 9N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. In second place in split 3 was entry number 880, Big Sky Nickelback 17N, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Semitals of Rivers, Manitoba. Returning in from split number 4 was entry number 886. This will be HFL American Pharaoh ET 5031N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And in second place in that class and returning in is entry number 887, HFL Confidence ET 5026N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And returning in from split number 5 that we just seen in the ring here is entry number 888, HFL Dark Horse 5020N, shown and exhibited again by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And rounding out our class here and our second place in split number 5 is entry number 891, HFL Dark Horse ET 5008N, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your championship bull calf drive. Put your hands together for an excellent set of bull calves in our ring. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments.
I think this is a very impressive group of bull calves here for the 2025 Fall Fair in Brandon. These bulls are done a great job. They're good moving bulls that got done some work on the feet. I think the feet are pretty solid in this group. right from the ground up. These bulls all got a lot of character, a lot of shape, all got adequate toolboxes on them. I think the breed should be very proud of what's out here today. I think there's some individuals here that can move the breed ahead, and I think for the exhibitors here, I think they've done a great job of presenting these bulls, and I think there's going to be some bulls here that go out and do the industry a lot of good, either on the commercial side or the purebred side. And I think we should put our hands together and show our appreciation again for these exhibitors for bringing out just some fine specimens. With that, there's a couple bulls out here I really like, and I'm going to go and show them to you. So.
Thank you, Scott. Our banner sponsors here for our bull calf class is the Prairie Partners Bull Sale and M&J Farms. As Judge Scott Anderson is going out to select his Grand and Reserve Champion bull calf. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to us, your Grand Champion bull, bull calf is entry number 883, DK Tactical 9N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle out of Lambton, Saskatchewan. And our reserve champion comes to us from split number 2. Will be entry number 877, Perot's Graffiti 39N, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Again, our championship bull calf banner is sponsored by Prairie Partners Bull Sale, and our reserve champion bull calf banner is sponsored by M&J Farms. So congratulations to our 2 exhibitors, and thank you to our sponsors on our banners. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move into class number 717. This will be bulls born between January the 1st of 2024 and March 31st of 2024. We've got 2 splits of these bulls. We'll see 5 entries in our first class. Coming into the ring now is entry number 893. This will be Delight Willie 763M, shown and exhibited by Delight Semitals of St. Alphonse, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 894. WILC Mario 46M, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 895. Our third bull coming in the ring here, our black bull, is entry number 896, RBP 2019K Buddy 8M, shown and exhibited by Porter Sementals of Canisto, Saskatchewan, with an additional owner, and is owned by Double F Cattle Co. of Parkside, Saskatchewan. And our fourth bull in the ring here is entry number 897, DK Platinum 20M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along in your program, 895, this will be exhibitor 895, will be a scratch in your program. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge with his comments on split number 1 in his yearling bull class.
This is a real cool one who got out here, this Red Bull. He just walks around the ring like he owns it. He's really quite good and type and kind. I just love his character up through his front 1/3. His athletics when he moves around the ring. He's got a big foot on him. Bull that's really hard to find a fault in. I like this bull a lot. I think purebred breeders need to be paying attention to this one too. He's so strong skulled, big muzzle on him, big toolbox. He's just a really good bull in my mind. This black bull just gives up a bit of on the stand. He's fine. It just gets a little choppy in his movement on those rears, and the fronts are a little short. But a really good beef bull too. He's got a lot of good things about him. He's got just a beautiful skulled bull. Like him up through his front 1/3. Just a very strong bull. Getting behind him, he's got lots of shape, big toolbox in between his back legs. Two very strong bulls to come out of this class. On down the class, the bulls just doesn't have the overall substance quality to compete any higher with these two front individuals.
Ladies and gentlemen, your class winner here on split number 1 is entry number 897, DK Platinum 20M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. And our second place bull is entry number 896, RBP 2019K Buddy 8M, shown and exhibited by Porter Sementals of Canisto, Saskatchewan, and owned by Double F Cattle Co. In third place was entry number 894, Wilcox Livestock out of Treeherne, Manitoba. And rounding out the class is entry number 893, Delight Sementals of St. Alphonse, Manitoba. We're going to move into split number 2 in our yearling bull division. These bulls are going to be born between January the 1st and January the 15th of 2024. We're going to see 4 entries coming into this class. Leading off this split is entry number 898. This will be Crossroad Fortify 171M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 899. This will be NGDB Rumble 12M, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 900. This will be Crossroad Black Merit 75M, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba as well. And rounding out this class here is entry number 901, TWL Rock the Nation 335M, shown and exhibited by Twin Oak Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba, with additional owner of Dodge City Sementals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 2 in our yearling bull division. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments in split number 2 of our yearling bulls.
This black bull I used to start this class, rises to the top of this class. He's got a lot of character up in his front 1/3. Getting behind him, he's really wide pin, wide based. Bull moves around the ring free and easy. Bullet, it'll be exciting to see him come back out in the championship drive. He's just a real nice bull, really complete. But the bull just gives up a bit of soundness. Really a good calf. Just not quite as sound on the movement as the calf before, but two very strong bulls to start off this class here. On down the class, the bulls just structure. The two bulls just need a little work on structure and type and kind for me today.
Thank you for the comments, Judge. Our class winner here in split number 2 is entry number 898, Crossroads Fortify 171M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Our second place and returning back in for the championship drive will be entry number 900. This will be Crossroad Black Merit 75M, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 901, shown and exhibited by Twin Oak Livestock of Treeherne, and rounding out the class is entry number 899, shown and exhibited by Twin Meadow Livestock Farms of Treeherne, Manitoba. At this point in time, we are going to call back in our first and second place from split number 1 in our yearling bull division. Coming back in from split number 1 is entry number 897, DK Platinum 20M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lampman, Saskatchewan. In second place in split number 1 was entry number 896, RBP 2019K Buddy 8M, shown and exhibited by Porter Semitoles of Canisto, Saskatchewan, and owned by Double F Cattle Co. of Parkside, Saskatchewan. Coming back in and from the split that we just seen is entry number 898, Crossroad Fortify 171M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And our second place in split number 2 was entry number 900, Crossroad Black Merit 75M, shown and exhibited by Wilcox Livestock of Treeherne, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion junior bull class, and our banners are sponsored by Horner Cattle Company and Delight Semitoles. Here's our judge with some comments.
I think we should put our hands together for these exhibitors. This is 4 impressive yearling bulls out there. I think we should put our hands together and show them what we think of them. I think there's a couple bulls out here that are can advance the breed forward really well and really quick. And there's one that I think specifically out there is just a really fine specimen of bull, and I'm going to go show you which two they are. It's starting to heat up here. It's going to get pretty exciting in this championship drive.
Thank you for the comments, Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, your Grand Champion Junior Bull here is going to be from split number 1, entry 897, DK Platinum 20M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle Co. out of Lambton, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion Junior Bull comes to us from split number 2 is entry number 898, Crossroad Fortify 171M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Again, our banner sponsors there, our junior champion purebred bull banner sponsor is Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba, and your reserve junior champion purebred bull banner is sponsored by Delight Semitoles of Saint-Alphonse, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move into our senior bull class. This will be class number 720. We do have only one entry in this class before we get into our championship bull drive. This class here, class number 720, is a bull born between January 1st and December 31st of 2023. As I said, we have one entry coming into this class here. This will be entry number 902. Entry number 902 will be GVR Dutton 5L. He's going to be sired by SVS Rancher 42H and out of Rust Miss 6105D and be shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Our banner for our champion senior bull is Agland Farms Limited of Kenton, Manitoba as well. So we do appreciate Agland Farms Limited for doing the sponsorship of our senior bull. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges comment on his senior bull.
Very impressive two-year-old bull. Only one out here, but yeah, it's the championship drive is going to really heat up here real quick. Yeah, you can't say much bad about this bull. He gets around the ring free and easy. He's got a good skull on him. He's got some capacity, mass. Just a tremendous bull. It'll be exciting to see how they all shake out here in a few minutes.
Thank you, Scott. And again, our banner sponsor here and our senior champion purebred bull is Agland Farms Limited of Kenton, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into our Grand and Reserve overall champion bull class here. Our banner sponsors here is Northern Light Simmentals and Prairie Pistol Designs is our reserve champion banner sponsor. We are going to see 5 bulls come back. We'll see our Grand and Reserve bull calf, our Grand and Reserve yearling bull, and of course our Grand Champion senior bull will be entering into the ring as well. As we hold him up at the gate, our bull calves are now entering in. Our Grand Champion bull comes to us, entry number 883, DK Tactical 9N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lambton, Saskatchewan. Our Reserve Champion bull calf was entry number 877, Perot's Graffiti 39N, shown and exhibited by Perot Cattle Co. of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Into our junior bull champions. Our Grand Champion Junior Bull was entry number 897, DK Platinum 20M, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lambton, Saskatchewan. Our Reserve Champion Junior Bull was entry number 898, Crossroads Fortified 171M, shown and exhibited by Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. And our senior champion bull has returned into the ring as well, entry number 902, GVR Dutton 5L, shown and exhibited by Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Grand Champion Simmental bull class here at the 2025 Manitoba Ag X.
Over on the north side of the ring, we're just about ready to start with our Hereford show. The judges are here. I believe the cattle are being assembled in behind. We will be starting the Hereford show real close to on time this afternoon. Our judges, Joe Barnett and Aaron Birch, are assembled. We've got the ring crew, and as soon as we get a sign from the stewards, we will be bringing the first class into the ring on the Hereford side.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Simmental side and our Grand Champion class here. We're going to turn the mic over and get some judges' comments.
I'd like to just take a second and thank my ringmen, very capable people I've known for a long time, and I'd like to thank the Simmental Association for getting me to come out here and judge this show. It's been kind of like a homecoming for me. Met a lot of people I haven't seen for a few years, and it's been a lot of fun. Stayed up a little too late last night with some of my bad friends that influenced me a little longer than I should have stayed out. But been an honor. Just have to say with these 5 bulls out here, your breed is in such good shape as far as the beef industry. These bulls are sound, they're big-footed. You as breeders have done a great job in bringing out this quality all day long. The female show was amazing. The bull show is I think is amazing. I think there's 3 individuals out here that can take this breed forward even further, and it's really impressive the way this breed has changed. Like I said earlier, I judged the breed a few times when I was a lot younger, and you've just done some amazing things to these breeds. This breed of cattle, you've got them sounder. They're the right size. They're the right for today, and it's been kind of overwhelming, the quality of cattle that have been here today in the female show and the bull show. And I think as breeders you should be proud, and I think we should put our hands together and thank these exhibitors for doing all the work and promoting our breed for you. I think with that I'm going to go and it's a tough decision for me out there today, but I think I'm going to go and I think there is a couple bulls out here that I think are really, really good, no matter what color you make them, and I think they're going to have a bright future for the breed and the cattle industry in whole, and I think they're going to really advance the breed forward. And with that, I'm going to go and find you guys a couple champions, and it's going to be official.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Grand and Reserve banners are sponsored again by Northern Light Semitals and Prairie Pistol Designs, as our judge is walking out to select his Grand and Reserve champion Semital bull in the 2025 Manitoba Ag X in the Semital division. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from your bull calf division is entry number 883, DK Tactical 9N, shown and exhibited by DK Land and Cattle of Lambton, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion comes to us from our yearling class. This is entry number 897, DK Platinum 20M, shown and exhibited again by DK Land and Cattle of Lambton, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your 2025 Grand and Reserve champion Semital bull here at the 2025 Manitoba Ag X. At this point in time, I'm going to hand it over to the Hereford Ring as they are going to get underway with their show.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the technical assistance. We are about to start the Hereford Show at Manitoba Ag X 2025. Coming into the ring, we got all three, Albert. We have 402, Twin View 19K Annalisa 181N. 403, DTHF Nikita 62N. And ring number 404, RCC 6L Maple ET 4N. What'd they do? It's our pleasure and honor to have today judging the Herefords for us, Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett. They're from Parkburg, Saskatchewan, where they operate Twin View Livestock. They specialize in high-quality Gelfie genetics. Joe and Aaron have enjoyed great success over the past number of years. They have exhibited numerous national champions, world champions, Canadian futurity champions, and Canadian Western Exhibition champions. They raised and exhibited the 2024 national champion Gelfie bull. Joe and Aaron also work closely with Joe's family at Cityview Semitals of Moose Jaw. They have annual Gelfie and Semital bull sales each spring at their ranch, as well as select Gelfie female sale each October. They market live cattle and frozen genetics across Canada and internationally. Joe and Aaron both grew up through 4-H and junior breed associations. They believe strongly in supporting youth and agriculture and enjoy every opportunity to give back. Aaron and Joe are grateful for the opportunity to be here with us in Brandon. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Mr. Joe Barnett for their placings in the first class.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's certainly a pleasure for Aaron and I to be here today. It's an honor to be asked to sort through the Herefords this afternoon. We have exhibited cattle at Brandon in the past, and we always love the opportunity to see what's going on in other breeds. We're going to start this class of junior heifer calves off with a female that for us is the most balanced in her type and kind. She's so beautiful and elevated through her front shoulder. We love her skull and neck design. She's perhaps not the highest performing female in the group, but when we put all the parts and pieces together, she's the most correct in her joint angles. She's got the best foot in the group. She's one for us that just is the most balanced and comes to the top of this class from a structural point of view. That heifer in second is the high performing female of the class. We love that about her. She's really robust over her top when you analyze her from the rear third. We appreciate that a great deal. She's one that wants to get up under herself on the move, and perhaps she's fighting that halter a little bit more today than we'd like. She rises up out of her skeleton as she gets and goes. We'd love to just give her a little bit more relaxation as she gets out on the move, and that may come with another trip through the show ring, but that's the way we see her today. She's just really pushing up out of her skeleton more than we'd like to rise up in this class. The heifer that rounds out our class just gets outpowered in terms from a dimensional point of view. She's a little bit flatter through the shape of her hip and down through her stifle than the heifers that are above her in the class, but one you appreciate from an attractiveness point of view, and she's sound enough as she gets on the go.
Thanks, Joe. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to Rimke Cattle Company on RCC 6L Maple ET 4N, winning the class, which I apologize, was sponsored by Heinemann Cattle Company. Second place in that class, ring number 403, DTHF Nikita 62N, shown by Doug Troop Hereford Farm, and 402 Twin View 19K Annalisa 181N from Twin View Polled Herefords. Congratulations to our class winners. Next class into the ring. This class will be sponsored by ABH Farms of Hamiota. Also our pleasure to have today in the ring Wendell Martins and Albert Rimke will be working with Joe and Aaron to keep the cattle moving professionally around the ring. and pleasure to have Madeline McCauley from Silverton, Manitoba, here helping us with our prizes. Coming into the ring now, we have ring number 405, Twin View 8J, Darlin Daisy 164N, shown by Twin View. 406 is CJBH 24J, Miss Princess 37N from Bujold Farms, and 407 ANL ACDT 174E Jada 115 ET 111N from ANL Polled Herefords and Company from Steelman, Saskatchewan. 3 head, 3 provinces represented in the ring this time. Good call on the name. Just didn't go high enough in the pecking order. No, I'm not sure you did. Who's coming?
In our second split of Hereford heifer calves here, we're going to start with the calf that has got the most rib shape and dimension as we analyze her, particularly through that middle third. This is the heifer with the most muscle shape and overall dimension as we analyze her end to end, and we appreciate that about her. We like the way that she pushes off of that rear hock, and that's where we split these first 2 heifers. The heifer in second just doesn't push off that rear hock as much as the heifer in first like we'd like her to. We'd love to get her some more flexibility, but we love the elongation of this heifer in second and the attractive side profile. Like I said, we'd love to just give her some more mobility through that hind leg as she gets on the go to move up with that heifer that we start the class with. The heifer that rounds out our class, it gives up that muscle shape and pattern that we've seen in the 2 heifers that started our class. She's got some little bit of a hitch in her giddy up there off that hind wheel on the show side. She's just not quite reaching out the way we'd like her to today, and that's the way we see them in terms of the way she gets around the ring. We'd like to correct that for her to move up in this group.
Thanks, Joe. Winning this class, our congratulations to CJBH 24J, Miss Princess 37N from Bujold Cattle Company at Fort Francis, Ontario. Second place is class number 407, A&L ACDT 174E Jada 115 ET 111N, exhibited by the A&L crew and company. Third place, 405 Twinview 8J Darlin Daisy 164N, exhibited by Twinview Polled Herefords, and again that class sponsored by ABH Farms. Coming into the ring now, we are going to do Junior Heifer Calf Champion. We will have the entry from Rimke Cattle in. We will have the entry from Doug Troop. We're going to have the entry from Bujold Farms, and we're going to have Jada in from the Syndicate. This class, Champion Junior Heifer Calf, is sponsored by Keith Troop and family, KCTC Polled Herefords, and the reserve is sponsored by the Manitoba Hereford Association.
We've got our junior heifer calf division here, and I think we hope that as you see some more classes come through, you start to see where Aaron and I place our priorities in terms of our type and kind. In this junior division, we're going to start with that heifer calf out of the second class. We just appreciate the overall mass and substance that she has to offer. She's one of the higher performing females in the group, and we really like that about her. We're going to follow her with the first place heifer out of our second class. That's a stunning female from the side profile. She's so elongated. Like I said in class, we would love to just give her a little bit more performance to run with that champion in the division, but that's a nice pair of heifers to start our day.
Thanks very much, guys. Winning that, our congratulations goes to Bujold Cattle Company, showing CJBH 24 Miss Princess, 24J Miss Princess 37N. And our reserve coming out of the first class, 404, Rimke Cattle Company, 6L Maple ET4N, shown by Rimke Cattle Company. Congratulations, and again, champion sponsored by Keith Troop and family, and reserve by Manitoba Hereford Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Semitol. Hey? No, just one winner I think we need. I think so. Okay, place them all. All right, back over in our Semitol division, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a few classes left in our Semitol show here. We are going to be doing the Progeny of Dam right now. This is class number 725. Leading off this class and into the ring here is entry number 907, Porter Semitols, followed in by entry number 906. That'll be Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba, followed in by entry number... entry number 908, I think. 908, Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. Will be followed in by entry number 905, Big Sky Semitols of Rivers, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry 903, Northern Light Semitols of Rossburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Progeny of Dam in the Semitol division.
Coming into the ring now, we have the first senior heifer calf class split. This class is sponsored by Calvert Cattle Company. Coming into the ring, we have 408 Twinview 19K Blissfully 111N, sponsored by Twinview Polled Herefords, shown by 408 Roselawn Shauna 316 ET 34N, shown by Roselawn Farms. Number 410, Twin View 7K Miss Harriet 103N, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. 411, Red Fox 230K Bondi 534N, shown by Oriana Heinman. And 412, Roselawn Shauna 316ET 21N, shown by Roselawn Farms.
905 is 3. Yep. 907 is 4. Okay. 908 is 5.
Back over in our Semitol ring here, we've got our results from our progeny of Dam, and our banner is sponsored by Rafter Valley Engraving Co. Leading this class off in first place is entry number 906, Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place, coming to us from Rossburn, Manitoba, is Northern Light Semitols. In third place in our progeny of Dam is entry number 905, Big Sky Semitols of Rivers, Manitoba. In fourth place is entry number 907, Porter Semitols. Canisto, Saskatchewan. Sorry, guys, I forgot where you're from there for a second. Rounding out this class is entry number 908, Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, from our progeny at Dam, we'll be moving into our breeder's herd. When we find out who all is coming in for our breeder's herd there, we should have 5 entries come in. We're supposed to have Big Sky Semitols, Northern Light Semitols, Horner Cattle Company, Maplehurst Farms, and DK Land and Cattle.
So we move into these group of February-born heifers here in the Hereford Ring. Really interesting class we have in front of us. And one thing I'd like to comment is we really appreciate the udder and teat design that each one of these heifers is starting to drop down. And for being a maternal breed, that is so important. These first couple of heifers that we have at the top of the class, two very, in a lot of ways, different heifers. We started, for us, the more powerful heifer of the two. We love the rib shape this heifer has. She's got a big hip on her. She's not the most attractive heifer in the class, but for us, she shows enough femininity to place herself up in first. What we really love about this female is how she gets out and moves. She's got a great foot under her, and a female, like I said, not the most attractive in the class, but one that finds herself in the top of the class just from her power and her structural soundness pieces. In second place here, a female, like I said, a little different type of female. She's more moderate framed, but we really love how this heifer gets out and moves. She reaches and stretches, an incredibly sound heifer, a little more attractive than that first place heifer, but we just need to power her up a little bit in order for her to get a place or get ahead of our class winner here today. In third place, a female that I think is one that maybe hits us the hardest when she's when she's standing. When you compare her to the other heifers in the class, we love her length of body. She's got some thickness over her top. She's very attractive through that front end. For us, we just like to smoothen her up, and when she gets out on the move, she tends to just not push off those hind pasterns as nicely as those heifers are above her, and for those reasons, we put her into third place, but not to take away from a female that has a lot of attractiveness here for us today. In our fourth place, the female that, like some of the females higher in the class, we love the front end on this heifer. She's got a really nice skull shape to her. What we'd really like to change about her is just thicken her up and settle that tail head down into this heifer for her to place higher. Rounding off our class, a female that just gets outpowered. She's a little narrower type of female. Love the front end on this female, but at the end of the day, we just are asking a little more power out of our cattle, and for us, that's why this female finds herself rounding out our class here today.
Thank you, Aaron Birch. Again, this class sponsored by Calvert Cattle Company. The winner, class number 410, Twin View 7K Miss Harriet 103N from Twin View Polled Herefords. In second place, we have 409, Roselawn Shauna 316 ET 34N, shown by Roselawn Farms. Third place, ring number 408, Twin View 19K Blissfully 111N, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. Fourth place, 412 is Roselawn Shauna 316 ET 21N, shown by Roselawn Farms. And fifth place goes to 411 Red Fox 230K Bondi 534N, shown by Oriana Heinman. Congratulations to all the exhibitors, especially to the class winners, Twin View and Roselawn. Next class into the ring, second split of senior heifer calves. This class is sponsored by Prairie Pistol Designs. Leading the way is 413 RSK SCK 316 Miss Nellie ET 69N, shown by RSK Farms. 414 JAC HO22 Damsel ET 16N, shown by Charlton Farms. 415 RSF 531E Rosebud 27N, shown by Reshode Stock Farms. 416 Moorhaven 7L Dawn 16N, shown by Moorhaven Farms. And 417 ANL 40K Willow 144K 72N, shown by ANL Polled Herefords.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Semitol here. We had our Breeders' Herd class. Our champion Breeders' Herd class is going to go to entry number 913, DK Land and Cattle Company. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they were being presented with the champion Breeders' Herd banner, we also got word we are going to flip forward into our Herdsman Award, and they also got presented with this year's Herdsman Award out of the Simmental Barn. Our two sponsors there were the Keystone Simmental Association, and our Herdsman Award is presented by and sponsored by Twin Meadow Livestock as well. So we thank them, and congratulations to DK Land and Cattle Company on the Breeders' Herd and the Herdsman Award in the barn this year. In second place in our Breeders' Herd comes to us from Minnedosa, Manitoba. That'll be Horner Cattle Company, entry number 911. In third place is entry number 910, Northern Light Simmentals of Rossburn, Manitoba. And in fourth place is entry number 909, Big Sky Simmentals of Rivers, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 912, Maplehurst Farms of Westburn, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our Breeders' Herd class. We do have our Get of Sire class coming in next. We should have 4 entries in this class. There he is coming in there. There's one on over the page. Oh, there is one over the page. Sorry. My apologies there. We have 5 entries in this class. Again, we're going to see entries come to us from Northern Light Simmentals, Little Chicks Cattle Co., Horner Cattle Company, Porter Simmentals, and DK Land and Cattle. Our banner sponsor this time of the Get a Sire is Rich Mick Simmentals from Pilot Mound, Manitoba. Rich Mick Simmentals from Pilot Mound. We do appreciate their sponsorship as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I do know that a few have left the building, but there's still lots of you around here. I do want to take this time to invite you out next summer. If you're listening online as well, we invite everybody that's here in person and online. August 8th, 2026. This is going to be the Manitoba Simmental Association Summer Field Day, and it is going to be hosted by none other than Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba, right up there on number 10 highway, just south of Minnedosa. Beautiful, beautiful yard. They'll have everything set up for us there. On August the 8th will be the Manitoba Simmental Association Summer Field Day. You got the results there? Here, just give me your book. And our class winner here is entry number 918, DK Land and Cattle Company is going to be your Get of Sire champion here. That banner, of course, is sponsored by Rich Mick Farms. Our second place in the Get a Sire is going to be Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. In third place is going to be entry number 914, Northern Light Simmentals of Rossburn, Manitoba. In fourth place in this class is entry number 917. This will be Porter Simmentals of Canisto, Saskatchewan. And rounding out this class here is going to be entry number 915, Little Chicks Cattle Co. of Austin, Manitoba. We do thank all these exhibitors here. Our second place in this class again is entry number 916, Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. At this point in time, I'd like to pull Horner Cattle Company forward to our banners, please, as we do have 2 banners to present to these guys as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's premier breeder and exhibitor in our Simmental show here goes to none other than the Horner family, Jake Rullick and the Horners of Horner Cattle Company of Minnedosa, Manitoba. Congratulations to these guys, the hard work and dedication that they have put into this year's string.
We had our second split of February-born heifers here on the Hereford side, and 2 females that come to the top of this class quite easily for us. These females, both, and we love their depth of body, we love their volume. We gave the nod to the female for us, just as a little more top to her, a little more body, a little bigger hipped, and a little longer hip female than the one in second place. One that we just like a lot. There's a hard to really knock this heifer in a lot of categories. She's just a really, really well balanced heifer. In second place, a heifer heifer that's maybe the most striking female in the class. We just in order to get ahead of that first place heifer, we just like to power her up a little bit when you look at that hip design on this heifer, but a really nice sound made heifer there in second place. In third place here, third and fourth, we could go back and forth on these heifers on depending on where your preferences are. We gave the nod to the female we just thought was a little bigger topped. She's got a little more rib shape to us. Both these females are really nice fronted and just a really attractive types of females. For both of them, we'd like to just change up those hind leg sets a little bit on both of these females, but not to knock two really attractive females here today. Rounding out our class, the really long-bodied female, one that we just like to, give a little more hip shape to and a little more volume to place higher here today, but a really nice second split in our February-born Hereford class.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Aaron Birch, on behalf of he and his partner Joe Barnett, for placing this class. Congratulations to the class winner, 413 RSK SCK 316 Miss Nellie ET 69N from RSK Farms at Brandon, Manitoba. Second place, 416 Moorhaven 7L Dawn 16N, shown by Moorhaven Farms at Wawota, Saskatchewan. Third place, ring number 417, A&L 40K Willow 144K 72N from A&L Polled Herefords. Fourth place, 414, JAC HO22 Damsel ET 16N, shown by Charlton Farms. And fifth place, 415, RSF 531E Rosebud 27N, shown by the Reshowed Stock Farms. Again, that class sponsored by Prairie Pistol Designs.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in the Semitol Arena here on the south side, that does conclude our show here for the 2025 Manitoba Ag X in the Semitol Division. My name is Richard Bramley. It's been an honor and a privilege to be on the microphone for us. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon at 2 o'clock to go through the Charlet Division of the Manitoba Livestock Expo. At this point in time, we'll turn it back over into the North Arena here to continue on with our Hereford divisions.
Coming into the ring now, we have the third split of heifer calves. This class is sponsored by Red Fox Ranch, 418 PLA Rosie 15N from Prairie Lane Acres, 419 Twin View 19K Pixie Dust 42N from Twin View Polled Herefords, 420 DTHF Noel 47N from Troop Hereford Ranch right here at Brandon, 421 LV Victoria 41N, shown by LV Farms at Mydale, Saskatchewan, and 422 Snowdrop Nellie 2N from Ivy Allen at Roblin, Manitoba. Again, I'd like to thank Albert Rimke and Wendell Martins for working with the judges today to keep things moving smoothly around the ring. And I'd like to thank Madeline McCauley being here and helping us with the prize presentation. This class, again, sponsored by Red Fox Ranch at Hamiota.
another really attractive set of February-born females here. We decided to go with a female for us that, you know what, she's not the one that hit us the hardest when they came into the ring, but to really appreciate this heifer, you just really got to get up on her. She has a surprising amount of top and rib shape once you get up close to her. She's not loving being a show heifer here today, and of course, I'm assuming this might be her first show. And you know what, we've all had heifers like that, but you know what, when you get this heifer out on the move and she actually wants to move, she has some flexibility and some reach, and a heifer for us that we like a lot of pieces of. The heifer here in second, bigger, more powerful type of female. She's got a ton of stretch to her. We love the rib shape to her. We just like to drop that rib down. When we are looking at this female out on the move, we would like to just give her a little bit more flexibility in those hocks and just widen her up a little bit, but that's been awful nitpicky on a heifer that, like I said, we really like the length of body to her. In third place, another long-bodied, attractive type of heifer that has some frame and chest to her. Once again, we just like to change up those hind wheels a little bit in order for her to place higher for us today. In fourth place here, a more moderate framed heifer, a long-bodied heifer, but one that we find that she is quite sound. She's got a nice foot under her. We like that she has some flexibility in her joints, one that, you know, just maybe hasn't had as much feed in her when you compare to the other heifers, but one that I think has a really bright future. Rounding out our class is a bit of a problem heifer for us in terms of we like a lot of pieces to this heifer. She's long-bodied, she's got some top to her, where we just really got to change this heifer is in that hind leg structure. You know, we're going to be really hard on structure here today, and for that we're going to be really hard on a really attractive dark red heifer that rounds out our class.
Thanks, Aaron Birch, on behalf of he and his partner Joe Barnett, placing this class winner. Congratulations to ring 421, LV Victoria 41N from LV Farms. Second place rings to 420, DTHF Noel 47N from the Troop Hereford Ranch. Third place, 419, Twinview 19K Pixie Dust 42N from Twinview Polled Herefords. Fourth place, 422, Snowdrop Nelly 2N from Ivy Allen. And fifth place, 418, PLA Rosie 15N, shown by Prairie Lane Acres. Congratulations to all the exhibitors, especially our winners in the class sponsored by Red Fox Ranch. Coming into the ring now, split number 4. This class is sponsored by Moorhaven Farms of Wawota, Saskatchewan. Leading the way is class number 423, PBHR TT Vicky 113L 11N from Stephen Manns. 424, LV Mindy K 23N from LV Farms. 425, PLA Ember 75N from Prairie Lane Acres. And 426, Teague 22H Valerie 524N from Teagan Hindman.
I've got a class of heifers here that, you know, some of these aren't loving being in town here today, but of course that's just what happens sometimes when you get these cattle out the first time to town, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. We're going to start the class with the heifer. For us is the softest made heifer in the class for us today. We love the teat size that this heifer is starting to drop down. Could she be pulled out apart a little bit more and stretched out? Sure, but you know what? At the end of the day, to make a good mama cow, you need lots of volume and rib shape, and this heifer certainly has it, and you know, and just ties into a really nice skull shape and shoulder angle on this heifer that starts our class. In second place, we have a really attractive, long-bodied female, super feminine. She gets out and goes well enough for us today. We just like to soften that teat size on this heifer for when you compare to that one that started our class, but definitely an attractive female there in second. And third, a heifer, like I said, it was a little bit tougher to get a read on this heifer. She's not wanting to walk out well, but I think she's got a good foot under her. She's got some stretch. She's got enough volume to her, and one that I think just maybe would prefer being at home than here in the show ring today, and that's okay. Rounding out our class here is a really long, thick female, and we definitely appreciate that about her. We just need to soften this heifer up for us here today. We need a little more volume. We need her to soften that top. She tends to get up outside of herself in that up over her loin, and we just like to change that about her for her to place higher here today.
Thanks, Judge Aaron. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to 424 LV Mindy K 23N from LV Farms at Mydale, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to 426 Teague 22H Valerie 524N from Teagan Hindman. Third place goes to 425 PLA Ember 75N from Prairie Lane Acres. And fourth, 423 PBHRTT Vicky 113L 11N, shown by Stephen Mans and family at Austin, Manitoba. Again, that class was sponsored by Moorhaven Farms at Wawota. Coming into the ring now, we have split number 5. This class is sponsored by Twinview Polled Herefords at Strathclair. Leading off, we have 428 RSF 22J Jackie 10N from Richaud Stock Farms. 429 Eris Acres Sierra 61N from Eris Acres. Ring 430 RSK 91H Miss Ginger 6N from RSK Farms. And 432 JRP 36F Miss Phoenix 175N from JRP Livestock. Class split number 5 is complete, and again, our thank you to our sponsors, Twinview Polled Herefords.
Started this next class of Hereford females off with one that came to the top of this class quite easily for us, both from a structure standpoint, a softness, and a performance category. We love how big middle this heifer is. She's super easy going on the go. We love the udder and teat size that she's starting to drop down. You know, could we stand to stretch her out a little bit maybe, but that's being awfully picky on a very attractive, soggy kind of heifer that just has a really brood cow look to us here for us today. In second place, here's the power heifer of the class, one that we love the length of body this heifer has. She does have some rib shape. For us, though, we're just going to have to give her more flexibility on those hocks to place higher today. Like I said, we're going to be really hard on some structure today, and for that reason, this heifer found herself in second place. The same could be said for our third place heifer, one that's quite attractive through her front end, but we just like to change up the flexibility in those hind hocks when we compare this heifer, especially to that heifer that started our class off. Rounding out our class here is a very heifer that comes to us very fresh, and we do appreciate that about her. A heifer that we like the length of body that she has. For us, though, today, we just like to give her a little bit more shoulder angle and a little bit more power and performance in order to place higher in the class today.
Thank you for your comments, Aaron. Split 5, the class winner, 430 RSK 91H Miss Ginger 6N from RSK Farms. Second place, 429 Eris Acres Sierra 61N from Eris Acres. Third place, 432 JRP 36F Miss Phoenix 175N from JRP Livestock. And fourth place, 428 RSF 22J Jackie 10N from the Richaud Stock Farms. Coming into the ring now, we have split 6. Are we ready, Albert? Split 6 coming into the ring. This class, as a result of some last-minute arm twisting, is sponsored by Cinnabar Stock Farms. Leading the way is 433 Funk 001638L Northern Lady 12N from Acorn Ridge Polled Herefords. Second into the ring is 434 Funk 72J 18J Norma 10N from Rock Ridge Ranch. 435 Eris Acres Ellie 29N from Eris Acres at Wadena, Saskatchewan. And 436 Red Fox 018 Lollipop 500N from Oriana Heinemann. The judge mentioned previously there was one heifer in a class that he thought looked like she might have been happier at home. I happen to know for a certainty that Albert Rimke would also sooner be at home, but we appreciate him taking the time today to help us keep this moving smoothly. And you too, Wendell. Thank you. As you wander through the barns, perhaps after the show, you will see some animals marked, and I know there are some animals that are not marked that are consigned to the Good as Gold sale. On behalf of the Manitoba Hereford Association, we sure invite you all to come back here to this same facility December, should have checked the date first Friday in December for our annual Good as Gold sale. Always a real elite group of cattle on offer at that sale. And on behalf of the association, we invite you all to come back and spend some time with us and evaluate the sale cattle at the Good as Gold sale the last Friday in December, about a month away.
Big stretchy power heifer here that started our class in this split of females. One that you gotta love the length of body that she has and the depth of body. It's hard to keep that underline as level and flat when you get these cattle stretched out, but this heifer definitely does that. And we really appreciate that about her. We love the performance this heifer has. If we got really nitpicky on her, we just like to even up those back toes a little bit, but that's being a little critical on a heifer that comes to top of this class for us quite easily. In second place, the heifer out of these, what we have in the class here patterns that first place heifer the most similarly. She's a long-bodied heifer. She's got enough performance for us here today. Where we'd like to change her is we just like to shrink those teat size down on this heifer. They get quite a little bit longer, a little wider when you compare to that first place heifer, and for that, she found herself into second place. The heifer in third is one that we like a lot of pieces to this heifer. We love how she comes out of her, how she transitions from her shoulder to her neck and up into her head, and we love the rib shape that this heifer has. We just like to change that foot structure up on her. We need a little more heel underneath her. We need a little more performance to this heifer when you compare it to the ones above her. Rounding out our class is a heifer. Once again, love the length of body that this heifer has. Love how she comes out of that shoulder so high and the attractiveness that she has. We just need to have a little more flexibility and a little more depth of body and volume when you compare to the heifers above her to place higher today, but one that you definitely got to love for the attractiveness that this heifer has.
Thanks, Aaron Birch. Sixth split again, sponsored by Cinnabar Stock Farms. The class winner, 435, Eris Acres Ellie, 29N from Eris Acres at Wadena, Saskatchewan. Second place, 434, Fink 72J, 18J Norma, 10N, shown by Rock Ridge Ranch at Lundar, Manitoba. Third place is 433, Funk 0016, 38L Northern Lady, 12N, shown by Acord Ridge Polled Herefords. And fifth place is 436 Red Fox 018 Lollipop 500N, shown by Oriana Heineman. We are assembling for Senior Heifer Calf Champion. This class is sponsored. The winner will receive the award from Jezebel's Western Wear, and reserve will receive the award from RSK Farms. Out of the first class, we have 410, Twin View 7K Miss Harriet, 103N. And second, we have 409, Roselawn Shauna, 316 ET, 34N. Out of the second class, 413, RSK SCK, 316, Miss Nellie ET, 69N. And second place, 416, Moorhaven 7L Dawn 6N. Out of the third split, we have the class winner 421 LV Victoria 41N, shown by LV Farms, and second 420 DTHF Noel 47N from the Troop Hereford Ranch. Out of the fourth split, 424 LV Mindy K 23N from LV Ranch, and second goes to 426 Teague 22H Valerie 524N, shown by Tegan Heineman. Out of the fifth split, 430 RSK 91H Miss Ginger 6N from RSK Farms, and second 429 Eris Acres Sierra 61N from Eris Acres. Out of the final split, 435 Eris Acres Ellie 29N, shown by Eris Acres, and 434 Funk 72J 18J Norma 10N from Rock Ridge Ranch at Lundar. Congratulations to everybody that's made it into this big, impressive Senior Heifer Calf Championship.
I think these exhibitors in the senior heifer calf class or division deserve another big round of applause for a really nice set of heifers we are able to sort through here today. We did have some different types and kinds to sort through, but I think as we went along, I hope that you got to see kind of what we're looking for here today. We're looking for some soundness, first of all. If these cattle can't get out and move and work, it don't matter what happens after that. So for us, that soundness piece was huge here today. Of course, we're looking for that teat and udder structure coming on these young heifers. And then above that, we need some volume, we need some stretch, we need some eye appeal. And I think those, especially that first lineup of heifers, those first out of those class really exhibit that quite well. For us, there's a heifer out here that we think that is our champion quite easily, and then it's a little bit more of a horse race for second. But the female that we are going to select here for your reserve champion senior female definitely patterns that first heifer quite well and exhibits kind of the similarities. So with that, our senior champion female is going to be out of our class 2, the young lady with that lighter colored Hereford female. We just love this female. We love her balance, but with that balance and femininity, she doesn't give up any power or volume, and she's so sound and gets out on the move. And for our reserve champion, we're going to go to our 5th split. The young man there that's circling with the dark heifer is going to be our reserve champion. Like I said, 2 females that we love the femininity, we love the balance and the volume that both these heifers have. And congratulations to those exhibitors and to all the exhibitors that are in the ring here today with a very impressive set of senior heifer calves here at AgX.
Thank you, Aaron. I have no idea how we're going to sort the pictures out because winning the championship sponsored by Jezebel's Polled Herefords is 413 RSK SCK 316 Miss Nellie ET 69H. Congratulations to the entire crew at RSK Farms and of course the partner Miss Jessie there on champion female. Reserve 430 RSK 91H Miss Ginger 6N, shown by RSK Farms, winning the banner shown by RSK Farms. Thank you very much for your sponsorship, guys, and for your success, champion and reserve in this division. All right, I don't think we'll be too much longer. We're going to go into our bred heifer division, the yearling females. The first class is sponsored by Batho Farms at Oak Lake, Manitoba. Albert, sorry, I was kind of waiting for a sign from you guys, and my apologies, folks. First coming into the ring, we have 437 GRHK 38J Do 44M from Green Ridge Ranch. I think it should be by Chloe Stocky at Fisher Branch, Manitoba. Second to the ring, 438 RSK AD Miss Lady Church 79M, shown by RSK Farms. 439 Moorhaven 1K Estelle 23M, shown by Moorhaven Farms. Ring number 440 Twin View 8J Tangerine 94M, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. And 441 PBHR Shakira 33F 75M, this class, or shown by Stephen Manns and family at Austin, Manitoba. Again, this class sponsored by Batho Farms.
Additional owners on that one was Emily Knudsen and Blair Athol. And the second one that's in the ring is also owned by Brooks here. And just wanted me to point it out. Okay.
My apologies, folks. I've just had my knuckles tapped a little bit here. If I was reading the program correctly, I would have been able to announce for you that the senior heifer calf champion is also owned by Emily Knutson. And my apologies on my behalf. And the reserve champion female is also owned by Blair Athol Farms. So I announced the RSK ownership and just additional owners on the champion female, Emily Knutson, and on the reserve, Blair Athol Farms. And congratulations to these individuals and groups as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, over in the South Arena here in the Manitoba Charlet Ring, we are going to get underway with the Charlet show here. We've got our junior female calf class coming into the ring here. We're going to have 5 entries in this class to start off today's show. This class is sponsored by North of 50 Charlets and Double P Stock Farms. We've got 5 entries coming in. These heifers are going to age range from January the 23rd to February the 23rd. Leading off the class is entry number 300. This will be KCH Sugar Cookie 524N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 301 HTA Sonia 5135N, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba. Also coming to us from HTA Charlets is entry number 302. This will be HTA Winona 593N, again shown by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba. Followed in by 303 RNK Laney 6N, shown and exhibited by Rustin Chartery of Devlin, Ontario. Followed in by entry number 304 HC Babyface 591N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlets of Roblin, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our junior heifer calf class here in the Charlet division to start off our day.
Over on the Hereford side, as we move into some females with more maturity than we've seen thus far in our day, it's certainly exciting to see where those heifer calves we've looked at so far are headed. We're going to start the class with a pair of heifers that you can go back and forth on in a lot of ways depending what your preference is. We're going to give the nod to the heifer with the most muscle shape, the most center body, and the tidiest front third. This heifer does exceed for us perhaps some fullness. She's plenty full, and when you watch her get and go, she wants to rise up out of her top just a little bit, and we'd change that about her. But that heifer, from a shoulder and neck attachment point of view, when this heifer's parked, she is so stunning. The silhouette that she offers from the side is why she rises up over this heifer in second. And you can see it. This heifer in second is longer bodied. She is maybe a little bit freer moving as she gets and goes, but when she parks, she wants to break behind her shoulder there. She is getting plenty heavy in calf, and we give her that benefit of the doubt. The other thing we'd change about this heifer is the length of her teat. We'd love to just shorten those up just a little bit and spread them out if we could as this heifer gets close to freshening, but that's a really nice pair of heifers to start off this bred division. We come to a trio of heifers now, and I'd say the same thing about each one of them. We love the length of body, we love their breed character, but in each case we'd love to give them some softness over their top. These females just get a little bit rigid for us. They don't have the flexibility over their loin and into their hip that we'd like to see compared to those first two. That front heifer in third that's leading us out now is one, she wins that third hole over these other two from an attractiveness point of view. But like I said, each one of these heifers just gets quite rigid over their top. They don't have that softness and flexibility, and you can see how that restricts their movement from hip down into stifle and hock. And we'd love to give them some more mobility as they get out and go around the ring. A nice start to the bred division.
Thanks, Joe Barnett. Winning this class, sponsored by Batho Farms from Oak Lake, Manitoba, is ring number 438, RSK AD Miss Lady Church 79M, shown by RSK Farms and Brooks Farms of Alameda, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to 439, Moorhaven 1K Estelle 23M, shown by Moorhaven Farms. Third place, 437, GRHK 38J Dew 44M from Greenridge Farms. Fourth place goes to 440, Twinview 8J Tangerine 94M from Twinview Polled Herefords. And 441, PBHR Shakira 33F 75N from the Mans family at Austin, Manitoba. Coming into the ring now, the second split of bred heifers. Alan Hurst Herefords sponsors this class. Leading the way into the ring is 442, Haraldson's AD Marvel ET 271M from Moorhaven Farms. Second place, 443, CJ BH 23K Miss Sparkles 2M from Bujold Farms. Third place, 444, Just Acre J 28K Splendor 2M from Just Acre Farms. And 445, Rockin' H 22H Connie 429M, shown by Oriana Heineman. Second owner on that female, David Irwin.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Charlet show here. We're going to have our comments from our Judge Dale Heck on our first class.
Well, I want to extend an extreme thank you to the AgX show, the Manitoba Charlet Association, for having me today. We've really started off today with a very nice class here. Offers some differences, I think, as you get out through the top pair and moving into the middle and towards the bottom of the class here. I think we're going to start the class off here today with a female that just puts it together the best for me. This female really is a great square hip. She comes down on a big foot. She tracks probably as well as any heifer that's in the class here, but puts it together in a very attractive package. I think wins this class really pretty easily for me today. As we move into our second place female, just a lot of power in this female. I really appreciate the flex that she does carry down into that pasture, and also moves extremely well as she walks through the ring. Probably gives up a little bit of strength of top as we move through there. I'd like to maybe pull her apart a little bit as she gets into those rear stance and tracking, but overall, very good female here for second. As we move into our bottom three, we get into some differences here. We've got kind of a performance female here that's going to follow up in third. I do feel like that third place female is probably not going to track and find her way around the ring nearly as well as the first two. She does offer some challenges when it comes to some of the joint and structure, and that's kind of what landed her where she is today. Fourth place female, similarly, really would like to see her maybe just move about the ring a little bit smoother in through her movement, but a very attractive female in her own right. And the heifer that's going to come in at the bottom here, very good female. She's going to go and make a nice production female here. Just lacks the overall performance to place higher today.
And our class winner here in split number 1 is going to be entry number 300, KCH Sugar Cookie 524N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. And your reserve champion junior heifer calf is entry number 301. This will be HTA Sonia 5135N, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlays of Rivers, Manitoba. From our junior heifer calf division, we're going to go into our senior heifer calf division. We will have 6 entries coming in for this class here. Leading off the class is going to be entry number 305, Hidden Lake Nancy 13N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 306, C2 Berkeley 22N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlays à la Rivière, Manitoba. Also additional owner on that is Hidden Lake Stock Farms. Followed in by entry number 307, coming to us again from C2 Charlays is C2 Charlotte 19N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlays à la Rivière, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 308. This will be Stepler LA 20N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. And coming in as well will be entry number 310, HC Zelma 502N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlays of Roblin, Manitoba. And rounding out that senior calf is going to be entry number 311, HC Zelma 507N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlays of Roblin, Manitoba. We'll now turn the mic over to our Hereford side in the Hereford Show with your judges' comments.
In our second split of bred heifers, we see some give and take, and we're going to say the same as we did in that previous class, where these top 2 heifers, you can sort them a couple of different ways depending on what your preferences are and where you place your priorities. We're going to give the nod to the heifer that's more moderate in her structure. She's bolder through her rib, and what we love about this heifer is how level she stays through her top as she gets on the go. She is so bone straight through her top. She carries herself so well, despite, really having ample condition for us. And that condition is maybe restricting her movement off that front shoulder a little bit. We'd love to elongate this heifer through that front third compared to our heifer in second. We do give the teat size nod to this heifer in first as well. She's got a very tidy teat design. We like the placement and structure of those, and that's where we split these two. That heifer for us, like I said, she's just a little bit more moderate, which we don't mind, but she stays so much more true through her top as she gets on the go. The heifer in second, we do prefer from a side profile. She's got such an elongated front third. We love the way she elevates out of her shoulder and into her neck. This heifer does want to come up out of her spine ever so slightly as she gets on the go. You can see that as soon as she goes on the move here. We'd also like to make some adjustments to the teat size on this female. They're maybe just a little bit coarser than we'd like at this stage of her development, but like I said, that's a heifer for us that we do appreciate so many pieces of. This heifer in third, again, is one that you appreciate from a side profile. She gives you a good look when she's parked. She gets a little bit more restricted in her movement over her top. She wants to rise up behind her shoulder there, but a heifer that I think has a bright future as a mama cow. The female that rounds out our class is maybe the mama cow of the group. She's so broody and cowy in her look, and we love that about her. We don't mind production females. They don't all have to be supermodels. This one, we'd love to just level her off from her hook to pin set and give her some more squareness across her hip and just tidy up a foot structure ever so slightly if we could on that female to round out the class. That's a nice group of breds again.
Thank you to our judge, Joe Barnett, winning that class 442. Congratulations to Haroldson's AD Marvel ET 271M, shown by the crew at Moorhaven Farm. Second place, 443, CJBH 23K Miss Sparkles 2M from Bujold Farms. Third place, 445, Rockin' H22H Connie 429M, shown by Oriana Heineman and David Irwin. Fourth place, ring number 444, Just Acre J 28K Splendor 2M from Just Acre Farms. Congratulations to everybody, especially the class winners. Coming into the ring right now, the split number 3 for the yearling females. This class sponsored by Fosse Herefords. Leading the way, 447, RSF 22J Vicky 7M from the Richaud Stock Farms. 449, RSF 539E Diamond 6M, again from Richaud Stock Farms. And 450, JRP 36F Sapphire 7M from JRP Livestock. Now, Sadie, are Manitoba people just more reserved? Because I hear the loudest cheering section is from the people that have traveled the furthest to be here. Oh. Sure appreciate your support, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Charlet ring here, our judge's comments on his senior heifer calves.
Definitely some differences as we sort through this class of senior heifer calves. Offered some challenges that you just kind of had to sort through, and some decisions that really had to kind of be made. The heifer we're going to start off with, for me, just kind of pulls it together the best. Very smooth made in her structure and her overall makeup here. Really appreciate her, how she ties it together from hooks to pins. Travels the ring very, very nicely in a very, very feminine package. As we move into our second and third place females, two females that are probably a bit more similar in type and kind, definitely offer a bit more performance than the first place female. But there's just some challenges that we get to as we see some of these that sit up a little bit higher on their hock set, or on their pastern set, give it up a little bit of advantage as we get moving in through some of the overall structural issues, and maybe just not as pretty fronted. The third place female, as I mentioned there, maybe just isn't quite as tie as much volume together as that second place female as we move on down the line here. The third, fourth, and fifth place females are just maybe in a little bit different type of a package here and don't hold it together quite as well structurally as the top players. Thank you.
On the Hereford side, we've got three very uniform bred heifers when you analyze them in terms of type and kind. Three very long-bodied heifers that have a lot of breed character and attractiveness to their front third. We're going to give the nod to the heifer that wins our class based on teat size and foot design. For us, she puts most of those foundational necessary structure pieces in check and does so quite nicely. By far and away the best teated heifer in the class. The heifer in second is one that we really love from her side profile and attractiveness. We'd love to give her some more muscle shape and dimension through her rear third, just make some adjustments to foot score and teat size compared to that heifer in first, but she for us lands in second for those reasons. And the heifer, it rounds out our class, is one that you appreciate from her center body point of view. We'd love to put some additional heel under all fours of this female, and that would give her some more mobility as she gets around the ring. A nice group of three heifers.
Thanks, Joe. Sure appreciate that. Winning that class, congratulations to 449 RSF 531E Diamond 6M, shown by Reshowed Stock Farms. Second place, JRP 36F Sapphire 7M, shown by Jesse Prosick at JRP Livestock. And third place, 447 RSF 22J Vicky 7M, again from Reshowed Stock Farms. I believe without further ado, we're going to bring in our senior champion female, our yearling champion female, my apologies, coming out of the first class. We have 438 RSK AD Miss Lady Church 79M, shown by RSK Farms and Brooks Polled Herefords. Second in that class, 439 Moorhaven 1K Estelle 23M, shown by Moorhaven Farms. Out of the next split, we have ring number 442, Haroldson's AD Marvel ET 271M, shown by Moorhaven Farms. Second place, 443, CJBH 23K Miss Sparkles 2M from Bujold Farms. Out of the final split, 449, RSF 531E Diamond 6M from Reshowed Stock Farms, and 450 JRP 36F Sapphire 7M from JRP Livestock. Congratulations to the class winners in second, and good luck in the yearling champion female division. This division is sponsored by Jackson Creek Polled Herefords for the champion and the Guilford Hereford Ranch for reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Charolais Arena here. Our senior calf champion was entry number 306, C2 Berkeley 22N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charolais à la Rivière, Manitoba. Your reserve champion senior heifer calf was entry number 311, that'd be HC Zelma 507N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charolais of Roblin, Manitoba. In third place in that class was entry number 305, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms, followed by entry number 310 from Hunter Charolais of Roblin, Manitoba, followed out by entry number 307 of C2 Charolais à la Rivière, and rounding out the class was entry number 308, Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior heifer calf champion banner was sponsored by Wright Livestock, and our reserve senior heifer calf champion was sponsored by Crocus Valley Farms. We're now going to move into our class number 205. This is going to be heifers born between January 1st and December 31st of 2024. This will be our junior female class here. We have two entries going to be entering into the ring here. Our junior female banners are again sponsored by R&G McDonald Livestock and Stepler Farms Limited. As our two yearling heifers are getting ready to enter the ring, It'll be entry number 312, SVW Starstruck 437M, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlays of Rivers, Manitoba, and followed in by entry number 313, C2 Kenzie 4134M, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlays à la Rivière, Manitoba. You bet. From here, we'll pass it over for some judges' comments in our Hereford ring.
Over on the Hereford side, please join me in a round of applause for your division of bred females. Through the heifer calves and through these bred heifer classes thus far, you've heard Aaron and I talk immensely, I'm sure, about structure. We believe really strongly in foot design. These joints have to move. These females have to be able to get out and move. It's no secret that in southern Saskatchewan, where we live, we've finally had a little bit of rain this year. We've come through about 8 years of record-setting droughts. Our pastures range from nothing less than a quarter, but typically closer to a full section of grass. Our cattle have to be able to move, and that's where we put our structural integrity on the line. We also believe strongly in udder design, and we've talked about these females in terms of udder structure, where we'd tweak some teat size and placement and things like that. These heifers are very close to coming into production, and that's where rubber meets the road, so to speak, that they've got to be mama cows. With that in mind, there's two females that for us put the most pieces together in the most correct package. We're going to go ahead and take the heifer out of the first split. We love her through her front third, and that center body and teat placement on that heifer is just beautiful. We're going to go ahead with the heifer out of the second class for your reserve division. Follows that first place heifer very similarly. We would love to just extend that heifer through her front third and give her some more mobility if we could, but that's one that tracks quite similarly to the heifer that wins the division. A nice group of 6 females in the ring here.
Thanks very much, Joe. Sure appreciate your comments. Winning that division, our congratulations goes to RSK AD Miss Lady Church 79M, shown by RSK Farms, additional owner Brooks Farms. And reserve our congratulations, Haraldson's AD Marvel 271M, shown by Moorhaven Farms at Wowota, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to everybody, but especially our winners, Lady Church and Marvell. That division again sponsored by Jackson Creek Polled Herefords for the champion, and the reserve sponsorship. Thank you very much to Guilford Hereford Ranch.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Charlet ring here. Now that they've entered the ring, our 2 entries in is entry number 312, SVW Starstruck 437M, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlays of Rivers, Manitoba, and followed in by entry number 313, C2 Kenzie 4134M, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlays à la Rivière. This will be our junior female class here. Our Grand and Reserve Champion banners are sponsored by R&G McDonald Livestock and Stepler Farms Limited. And now for our judges' comments on these 2 heifers.
Two outstanding females that we get to evaluate here today. They do offer some differences here. The female, I guess, that we're going to start off with really struck me as she came in the ring. Really appreciate the long spine on this female. She really pulls it together in a nice, clean package. Just a lot of width, a lot of depth, really clean front end. I will say that she's probably borderline getting on the too much condition standpoint when you evaluate her through her brisket, but really overall wins this one pretty handily. Female in second, very nice female in her own right. Probably if I could change her a little bit, I'd clean her up a little bit on her rear pastern set, and she's just a little bit over conditioned, but maybe gives up about a rib short compared to the female as far as overall length of body compared to the female in first. Thank you.
All right, coming into the ring now, we have our Two-year-old pairs, excuse me, two-year-old pairs coming into the ring. This class, this class, and subsequently the division, is sponsored by Reshoot Stock Farms and Acorn Ridge Polled Herefords. Leading the way into the ring is 451 PBHR Serenity 4H65L, shown by Stephen Manns. Calf at side, Serenity 65L 8N. 452, next animal into the ring, A&L ACDT 24E Jada 115 ET 148L, the A&L and company crew from Steelman. Calf at side is 40K Handsome 46N. 453 is Mission Ridge 24E Amy ET 46L, shown by Mission Ridge Herefords at Raymore, Saskatchewan. Calf at side MR 173K Soul 119N, and 454 Twin View 183F Heaven 11L, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. Calf at side Head Honcho 144N.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Charlet Arena here. Our first and second place in our junior female class was entry number 312 SVY Starstruck 437M, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba. Our reserve champion junior female was entry number 313 C2 Kenzie 4134M, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlets of La Riviere, Manitoba. This is now going to move us into our Grand and Reserve Champion female class. Coming back in from our junior heifer class is entry number 300. This will be KCH Sugar Cookie 524N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Followed in is our Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf, entry number 301. This will be HTA Sonia 5135N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. From our Senior Heifer Calf division is entry number 306. This will be C2 Beckley 22N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlets à la Riviere, Manitoba, with additional owner Hidden Lake Stock Farms. Our reserve Senior Heifer Calf was entry number 311 HC Zalima 507N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlets of Roblin, Manitoba. And coming back from our Junior Champion female class is entry number 312 SVY Starstruck 437M, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba. And your reserve champion junior heifer was entry number 313 C2 Kenzie 4134M, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlets à la Riviere. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Grand Champion Charlet Show. While I've got a few minutes here and you're following along in the Charlet Arena ring, I'd like to introduce to you our judge for today, Dale Hecht. Dale and his wife Jill, along with his 3 daughters, live at just outside of Grove City, Minnesota. They've started their purebred cow herd on their own, 2H Cattle Company, which is a purebred Charlet herd in 2002. Prior to that, they farmed alongside Dale's dad, Harold, Dale's mom and dad, Harold and Sue Hecht, who own and operate a Double H Charlets. They started into the Charlet business in 1967, so they're no stranger to the Charlet business here, and we're in capable hands, and we'd like to thank Dale for coming up here today to analyze these great Charlet females that our exhibitors have brought out to us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dale, please.
just as a bit of background, I'm going through some of these pedigrees on these animals, and I think it's relevant that we point out that Anita Doctor was a partner on the breeder and the exhibition of both the division champions in the yearling champion female. The AD in both those females is Anita Doctor, and I think it's important we recognize the role that Anita's played sponsoring some real elite cattle around the countryside, and we'll recognize her success here today.
Over here in the Charolais ring, I really want to give the exhibitors a round of applause here. They brought some great cattle for us to see here today. Really appreciate all the breeders back in the barn there. Just a great set of cattle. I appreciate the ability to come up and evaluate them. As we look through our champion divisions here, I think we've got three that really kind of are the type that I like. I guess you can have some differences if you choose, but they really put the package together very well in a structurally correct, smooth-made, feminine package. I mean, and that's kind of what I'm looking for when I evaluate them. I think there's a couple individuals that stand out for me here that probably rise to the top. So I'll go ahead and pick your champion reserve females.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Grand and Reserve Champion female banners are sponsored by T-Bar-C Cattle Company and Hunter Charolais. And your Grand Champion in your Charolais division comes out of our junior female, entry number 312, SVY Starstruck 437M, shown and exhibited by HTA Charolais of Rivers, Manitoba. And your reserve champion today comes to us out of our junior heifer calf class, entry number 300, KCH Sugar Cookie 524N, shown and exhibited by KCH Cattle Co. of Rapid City, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your Grand and Reserve Champion Charolais here at the 2025 Manitoba Ag X. Again, our banner sponsors there are sponsored by T-Bar-C Cattle Company, or T-Bar-C and Hunter Charolais. Ladies and gentlemen, over here in the Manitoba Charolais Association ring here in the Charolais Show, I just got a couple of quick things to announce here. Each and every year, the Manitoba Charolais Association recognizes a commercial cattle producer for their outstanding program, successfully implementing Charolais genetics and promotion of the Charolais breed. The Manitoba Charolais Association is honored to award the 2025 Commercial Producer of the Year Award to Windy Ridge Farms Limited of Darlingford, Manitoba. Dick and Sandra Hamilton, alongside their son Michael and daughter-in-law Kayla, operate a mixed farm consisting of 350 commercial Charolais cows and 3,600 seeded acres of land. Second and third generation stewards of the family farm in the Middleton district, northeast of Darlingford. In 1980, when Dick overseen management of the family farm, his father Jim's herd consisted of 30 shorthorn cows. Their first Charolais bull arrived in 1980, and since then 60 more of them have been purchased from various Manitoba breeders, creating today's herd of 350 predominantly white Charolais females. On behalf of the Manitoba Charolais Association, we'd like to thank you for your use and promotion of the Charolais breed, and we are pleased to present you today yourselves with a beautiful farm sign announcing yourselves as the 2025 Commercial Breeders of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Windy Ridge Farms, Dick and Sandra Hamilton.
We're in our first split of our 2-year-old females here on the Hereford side, and what a set of females to start it off with. Each one of these females you really gotta love in general, outside of some nitpicky things, the teat and udder design on these females, and just the productivity that they have in front of them. These first 2 pairs that we have, we went back and forth on these. The challenges when we get into these pairs is really how much emphasis do you put on mama and how much emphasis do you put on baby. We're strong believers that these cattle got to be as good or better than themselves in the next generation, and that's why we went with this first place cow over the second. This first place cow, she did a whopper of a job with this end of February bull calf. To us, she produced as good or maybe some pieces better than herself, and we really like that. She's free on the move. We love her teat and udder design. She's a long-bodied female, and that bull calf that she's got in front of him has a lot of power and performance for being out of a first calf mama. You know, there's some little nitpicky things we'd like to change about him, but in general, this is a pair that really comes together as a pair very nicely, and that's and what this mama did compared to the cow in second place is what found her in first. In our second place, I'm going to be perfectly honest, if it was judged just on the cow, this mama would win this class. We love how the eye appeal that she has. We love her lines. We love her angles. Just there's so much we love about this cow. Our challenges with her is she didn't pass a lot of that on to the baby. And at the end of the day, we need to have these females. That's what we do. We are production-based industry, and she just didn't pass enough of those traits on to baby to put her into first place here today. But what a really, really strong cow here. Yes, we would like to see this cow milking. She does come to us dry today, which, you know what, that is the challenge at times when we're trying to get these mama cows to stay nursing through the fall. We would like to, maybe change up that front udder structure a little bit and tighten that up a little bit, but that's being awfully nitpicky on a really beautiful cow. But like I said, if it was just based on mama, she would have won the class, but we just need a little stronger baby in front of her to place above our first place cow. We move into third here, a really production-oriented kind of mama cow here. She's deep-ribbed. She's a nice uddered female on her. Did a really nice job with this March bull calf in front of her. And once again, we appreciate the fact that she produced equal or better to herself. And at the end of the day, that's what we need these cows to do, and she certainly did it. Rounding off our class, once again, a female that I think in a lot of ways she put a little more power and performance into that baby than herself. One though we'd like to get a little nitpicky on some teat structure pieces there, but a cow that outside of that, we love her length of body. We just like to soften her up in their top a little bit as well, and she of course passed that on to baby, but a really uniform pair to round out our class here in our first split of 2-year-old females.
Thanks, Judge Aaron Birch. Sure appreciate your comments. This class, again, sponsored by Riso Stock Farms. Congratulations to the winner, 453 MR24E Amy ET46L from Mission Ridge Farms. Second place, 452 A&L ACDT 24E Jada 115 ET 148L from A&L Pole Herefords and Company. Third place, 454 Twinview 183F Heaven 11L, shown by Twinview Polled Herefords. And fourth place, ring number 451 PBHR Serenity 4H 65L from the Mans family at Austin, Manitoba. First and second will be coming back fairly quickly. Just a single entry in the cow-calf class, 456, Twin View 15Z Deirdre 2F, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. Calf at side, Imperial 37N.
Got a really strong aged pair here in the ring, a cow that we just love, that the rib shape that she has and the femininity she has to her front end. We would like to tighten up that teat size on this mama cow, but not to take away from the fact that she's doing a bang-up job on this bull calf in front of her. Calf that we love, the length of body that he has, the scrotal that this calf has coming underneath him. Just a really productive type of cow that I'm sure has already produced some good calves for these individuals and has a bright future ahead of her moving forward as well.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Congratulations to ring number 456, Twin View 15Z Deirdre 2F, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. Calf at side, Twin View K390 Imperial 37N. That class was sponsored by Acorn Ridge Polled Herefords. We're now going to do our senior champion. Three head coming back into the ring. For our senior champion female, first coming into the ring will be 453, MR. Albert Rimke. Apparently we've confused the show clerk, not the announcer, the show clerk. I don't know, you have to ask, I don't know, Albert maybe, or who's on the show committee? I don't know what your sponsorships are, Sadie, but usually we would do a senior champion. Okay, and they've already been picked then, right? So we're going to go right into Grand Champion Female. And while you two are there, are we going to have a 20-minute picture and drink break between the females and the bulls? We're going to do 10 minutes between the females and the bulls, so don't anybody go anywhere. Okay, my apologies for my role in this confusion. Coming into the ring right now, I believe, is Grand Champion Hereford female. We're just going to give the marshals a second to make sure that's what they're ready for. So we should have 2 junior heifer calves, 2 senior heifer calves, 2 yearlings, 2 two-year-old pairs, and a cow-calf pair. Coming into the ring, 406, CJ BH 24J Miss Princess 37N from Boujold Farms at Fort Francis, Ontario. Out of that same division, 404, RCC 6L Maple ET, I can't read my own writing, from Rimkey Cattle Company. Out of the senior heifer calves, we have ring 413, RSK SCK 316 Miss Nellie ET 69N. 430, RSK 91H Miss Ginger 6N. Out of the yearling division, we have 438, RSK AD Miss Lady Church 79M, and 442, Haraldson's AD Marvel 271M. Out of the 2-year-old class, we have the class winner 453, MR24E Amy ET 46L. And second in that division, we have ANL ACDT 24E Jada 115 ET 148L. Out of the mature cow class, we have 456 Twin View 15Z Deirdre 2F, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. Just on a personal note, I happened to be at the board meeting where it was decided who the judges for this year's AgX would be. I can honestly say I didn't recognize the names, nor do I know these gentlemen, but we were assured that they would take their time, go over the animals carefully, and would give a set of reasons that we could all understand and follow. And again, on a personal note, but I've been very impressed with these 2 gentlemen. I really appreciate the job they're doing for us here today.
I think we need to give these Hereford exhibitors a big round of applause for the exceptional set of females we find here in the ring. So far, myself and Joe have really enjoyed the judging the female show here today. We've been able to find some cattle that we really love the soundness that they have and the maternal ability. At the end of the day, the Hereford breed, just like the Gelbvieh breed, is a maternal breed. And as we rebuild this cow herd, it's breeds like ours that the beef industry is going to look towards to rebuild, and the Hereford breed is in good hands and is geared up to do it with females that like we have in the ring here today. With that, we've evaluated these back and forth, and of course the toss-up is do we judge these females based on how they compare to their counterparts in their age division, or do you really compare them on an individual basis? And for us, there's two females that we had some discussions on, but for us, there's two females that came to the top of this. Like we said, do we base it on what they've already done or what they're going to do? And with that, I think Joe's going to go out and select the female for us. I think today is the best female here today, and then go out and select the reserve. Two females that we think are both very geared to push this Hereford breed forward, and definitely gives the Hereford breed a really impressive place in the beef industry here today. So with that, Joe's going to go out and select your champion and the reserve champion Hereford female of AgX 2025.
Thanks, Aaron. Our congratulations goes to 453 MR24E Amy ET 46L, shown by the Hordos family, Mission Ridge Polled Herefords at Raymore, Saskatchewan. And reserve goes to ring number 413 RSK SCK 316 Miss Nellie ET 69N, shown by RSK Farms and Emily Knutson. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in the ring. It's just been a beautiful female show, a pleasure to watch. And congratulations again to the exhibitors, our champion female and reserve. We're going to give a second to get some championship pictures. We're going to let some females get back to the barn, get organized on a few bulls. We're going to try and get going again in about 10 minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Charlet ring here, we are underway with our bull calf class here in split number 1. These bulls are going to age range from January 28th to February 10th. We had coming into the ring there was entry number 315 JMB Norm 509N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 316 HTA Storm Tracker 5119N, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba, followed in by entry number 317 Stepler Testimony 263N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba, and rounding out the class there was entry number 318 Hidden Lake Neal 507N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba, with additional owner Trevor Nolan.
479.
And at this point in time, as our judge has them placed, we will have some comments from him.
Glad to start off here with our really competitive class of January bull calves here. As we work through this class, I think we've got one individual that really floats to the top fairly easily. I like the way he travels. I like his structure. I like his thickness. I like his body. He's very capacious. He really takes a big step as he walks out there. Really puts it together, probably in the nicest, cleanest package of any of the bulls of the class here. As we move into the second, third, and fourth places, we have some differences here. I think our second place calf is probably going to be the one that pulls it together the best. We do have a little bit of issues with coming off that rear foot on the second and third place. Actually, all three of the bulls there that I happen to notice. So then it comes down to performance and power for me, and really a good top, a good good hip shape on this one. He's a little lackadaisical about the prepuce. I'd like to clean him up a little bit there, but if we could, as we move into our third and fourth place bulls, just a couple of bulls here that I think the third place bull probably puts it together a little bit better as far as his overall shape and dimension, more similar to that bull in first. And fourth place bull, just a powerhouse bull, but I just like to clean up his structure a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Hecht. In first place in our junior bull calf division is entry number 315, JMB Norm 509N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlays of Brookdale, Manitoba. Our second place junior calf in this split number 1 is entry number 318, Hidden Lake Neil 507N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba, with additional owner Trevor Nolan. In third place was entry number 317, Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba, and rounding that class out was entry number 316, HTA Charlays of Rivers, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into split number 2 of our junior bull calf class. These bulls are going to be born between January the 21st and January the 28th. We're going to see 4 consignments into this class here. Entering into the ring, leading off this class is entry number 319, HTA Storm Surge 5100N, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlays of Rivers, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 320, RNK Maverick 9N, shown and exhibited by Rustin and Reynold Chartner of Devlin, Ontario. Followed in by entry number 321, RNK Goose 5N, again shown by Rustin and Reynold of Devlin, Ontario. And rounding out this split number 2 of our junior bull calf class is entry number 322. This will be C2 Nazareth 44N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlays à La Rivière, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, in our Charlay ring, this is split number 2 of our junior bull calf class. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the microphone back over into the Hereford Arena here for a couple of presentations.
All right, just over on the Hereford side here, we have an award presentation that we'd like to make. So just like to thank everybody for sticking with us on this. The first thing I'm just going to talk about, I just want to thank all the exhibitors, sponsors for making this show happen. It's been terrific watching it so far here today, and look forward to the bull section. But as far as the award goes, the Canadian Hereford Association congratulates Blair and Bobby Rankin on their induction into the Canadian Hereford Association Honor Roll. The Honor Roll is the highest award that we present from the Canadian Hereford Association, and we're happy to be making this presentation here today. Blair Rankin's connection to the Hereford cattle began at birth. As a third-generation breeder, he registered his first animal in 1973 under the UCR tattoo letters, launching what has become known as Choke Cherry Lane Herefords. Bobby joined the Hereford community with just as much passion. In 1980, the year she was named Manitoba Hereford Queen, she purchased her first Hereford animal, setting the tone for a lifelong devotion to the breed, promotion, youth engagement. Together, Blair and Bobby married in 1981 and built a program rooted in performance, sound structure, and honesty. In 2021, the Rankin family received the Canadian Hereford Association 100-year pin. In 2023, Blair was awarded his 50-year Canadian Hereford Association membership pin, which is a clear marker of the remarkable legacy to the Hereford breed in Canada. Blair and Bobby are the kind of people who never hesitate to help, whether they're asked or not. Blair served on the Manitoba Hereford Association board, while Bobby served several terms and contributed as secretary. They have volunteered at every bonanza hosted in Manitoba, supported Manitoba AgX, opened their farm for Hereford Field Days, offering hospitality, education, and encouragement to all who attended. They also generously donated a heifer to support the MHA fundraising efforts. Blair and Bobby's true impact lies in their selfless contribution to the lives of others. They have a unique ability to make people feel seen and valued, always offering a helping hand without expecting anything in return. Their quiet leadership and willingness to give their time, energy, resources have created ripples of positivity that have extended well beyond the Hereford community, leaving a lasting and meaningful legacy in every aspect of their lives. Thank you very much, and congratulations. You can't talk if I don't give you this back.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Charlet Arena here, our judges' comments on split number 2 in his junior calf class.
We've got a wide range that we're dealing with here with our second split of our January bull calves. I think the bull that I'm going to start off with just pulls it all together very well for me. He travels well, better than the other two, I think, in the class. But it's just his smoothness of his base, his overall structure is probably just a touch better. I'm going to fully grant that I'm giving up some performance here in this one. But when you look at overall testicle shape and size, just his smooth front end, I think he's got a lot to like, from a calving ease breeding type bull. As we move into our second place bull, this is the performance bull in the class. He's got a lot of mass, a lot of power. Kind of lumbers around the ring a little tough for me. It's something that's when you got to put a bull out to travel a herd of cows, I think is pretty important. That he's got to be able to move a little bit better than where he's at today. As we move into our third place bull, a lot to like on this bull. If I had to change him, I'd like to maybe clean up that testicle set a little bit, and I'd like to see him move around the ring just a touch better.
Thank you, Judge, for the comments. And your first place winner in split number 2 is entry number 322, C2 Nazareth 44N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlet, La Riviere, Manitoba. In second place is entry number 319 HTA Storm Surge 5100N, shown and exhibited by HTA Charolais of Rivers, Manitoba. And in third place was entry number 320, shown and exhibited by Rustin and Reynolds Chartner of Devlin, Ontario. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move ourselves into our champion junior bull calf class here. We're going to have 4 entries here, 2 from our first split and 2 from our second split coming back into the ring. Now entering in is entry number 315, JMB Norm 509N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charolais of Brookdale, Manitoba. In second place in split number 1 was entry number 318, Hidden Lake Neil 507N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba, with additional owner Trevor Nolan. Out of split number 2 that we just seen, coming back in is entry number 322, C2 Nazareth 44N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charolais à la Rivière, Manitoba. And in second place in that split was entry number 319, HTA Storm Surge 5100N, shown and exhibited by HTA Charolais of Rivers, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, as our judge is going around and going to be analyzing these bull calves for our junior class here, our junior bull calf sponsors are C2 Charolais and Johnson Charolais, are our 2 banner sponsors for this class, and we appreciate their sponsorship. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you now our ring staff out there today. Our ringman and ring lady today is Brooklyn Headley and Terry Fair. Thank you very much to the 2 of them for keeping these animals moving around out there. Greatly appreciated and doing an excellent job. Our marshals in the back, the ones that don't get seen, that keep everybody moving. There's 3 of them back there. That's Tyler Stewart, Micah Berthlet, and Ron McDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, they are doing everything that they can to keep these guys moving along and coming into the ring. Our banner presenter today is Nikki Stewart. She's been handing out banners and ribbons all day here as well, so thank you very much to Nikki. And of course, sitting beside me here and keeping my job straight and keeping everybody moving up here and keeping track of who's who is Brad Klein as well. So we thank you very much for all of your support, all of these volunteers to keep this show running smoothly. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the microphone back over to our judge of the day, Dale Hick, for taking a judge's comments on our championship junior bull class.
Getting these calves back out here for the junior calf division, I think, shows kind of what I like to see out of a young developing bull, and I think we've got 2 individuals here that kind of bring that to the forefront here better than the other 2. As I look to evaluate these calves, I like to look at their overall testicle size and shape, structure for their age. The 2 calves in the first heat are going to be a little more superior, even though they're younger by probably just a matter of weeks or days, but than the 2 in the second class. So we're going to go ahead and keep that first and second together here, and this will be your champion. That'll be your reserve here for this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior bull calf champion here in your Charolais show comes to us out of split number 1. That'll be JMB Norm 509N, entry number 315, shown and exhibited by JMB Charolais of Brookdale, Manitoba. Our reserve champion junior bull calf comes to us also out of split number 1, and that'll be entry number 318. This will be Hidden Lake Neil 507N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba, also with the additional owner of Trevor Nolan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charolais Association has informed me as well that there will be a pizza party following their show in the barn as well. It is sponsored in part by Jack Auction Group. Jack Auction Group is proud to be one of Canada's largest marketers of horses, bison, and cattle. As the manager, Heartland Verdon, and the team at Jack Auction Group have a pulse on what's happening in the offer in the worldwide variety of sales, from hay, farm equipment, video bison sales, horse sales, purebred cattle sales. Good luck. Jack Auction Group would like to say good luck to all the exhibitors at the Manitoba Ag X, and if you're thinking about an auction, think Jack Auction Group and let's have a sale. Ladies and gentlemen, again, that is their sponsor for tonight's pizza party in the barn on the Charlet barn. We're going to roll right into our senior calf division now. We've got 2 splits of senior bull calves, 4 in each class. These bulls in split number 1 are going to age range from January the 9th to January the 16th. Leading off this class is entry number 323. This will be JMB Noble 507N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 324, Stepler High Street 114N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 326. This will be HC Notorious 538N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlets of Roblin, Manitoba. And rounding out this split number 1 of our senior bull calves is entry number 327, HC National Trust 541N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlets of Roblin, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is split number 1 of our senior bull calf class.
Go time. Albert's already given the old.
All right, I feel the buzz of excitement. I think we're about to start the bull show. The judges are here. The ring stewards are giving me the look that maybe the marshals have got their job done, and we are ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into the Charlet class here. Our judges' comments with split number 1 in our senior bull calf class.
As we get into these senior bull calves here, we're starting to see a little bit more maturity out of some of these calves. I think the calf that floats to the top here for me is going to probably give a lot of dimension, just a lot of rib shape. He has a lot of power. He's just kind of a really decent bull that brings it together very, very well. Like his feet and foot structure, and just adequate testicle development there. As we move to our bull calf in second, there's a lot to like here too. Probably gives up a rib worth of length maybe to the first place bull. Doesn't quite travel as well, but he really has a nice top. He has a good quarter. Comes down on a big foot. A lot of bull there, a lot of bull to like. As we move into our third and fourth, the split really comes down to just a matter of structure for me. Our fourth place bull comes off that rear foot just a little bit funky for me. That's kind of where I kind of have to be pretty hard on feet and legs and things, and so that's kind of where the split came for me on that. So a good class of bulls all the way around.
All right, coming into the ring, our only split of junior bull calves, 458 A&L ACDT 174 Fawns 115 ET 133N, shown by A&L Pulled Herefords and their crew. I've referred to the crew a couple times. Of course, that's Danny and Calvin Fornewald, Golden Oak Livestock, and AXA Farms. The other bull in the ring, 459, Twin View 19K, Head Honcho 144N, exhibited by Twin View Pulled Herefords. The class, these two animals will automatically become our junior champion bull calf and reserve. Junior Bull Calf Championship is sponsored by the Manitoba Junior Herefords, and the reserve is sponsored by Macaulay Trucking.
Ladies and gentlemen, our last split there, our senior bulls in split number one. Our first place entry was entry number 323, JMB Noble 507N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlays of Brookdale, Manitoba. Our second place and coming back into our championship drive is entry number 326, HC Notorious 538N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlays of Roblin, Manitoba. Our third place was an entry also from Hunter Charlays, entry 327, and rounding out that class was entry number 324, Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. In the ring right now and going around is split number 2 of our senior calf class here is entry number 325, Stepler Trigger 77N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 328. This will be Hidden Lake Nash 4N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Followed in by another entry from Hidden Lake Stock Farms is entry number 329, Hidden Lake Nate 2N from Carberry, Manitoba. And rounding out our bull calf senior division is entry number 330, C2 Nashville 6N, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlays of La Riviere, Manitoba. These bulls are born from January the 7th to January the 9th in split number 2 of our senior calf champion.
Nice pair of March-born bulls here to start off the bulls on the Hereford side here. We gave the nod to this powerful calf here that we've got in first place, just on a mass scale. We love the volume that he has, the depth of rib he has. He's got a ton of top and hip to him. Just a real power kind of a bull, but yet he doesn't give up on that scrotal side of things or give up on the structural soundness pieces. You know, we could get nitpicky and just smooth him up through his shoulder, but when you have a bull that has this much mass behind his shoulder, we can definitely handle that for sure. The bull that in second place here, a bull that same thing. We love the depth of body that he has. He's attractive through his front end. We just like to power him up a little bit and just give him a little more angle in that front shoulder when you compare him to that calf in front of him. But a nice pair of bulls to start our bull show here.
Thanks, Judge Aaron Birch. Congratulations to the class winner, 458 A&L ACDT 174 Fawns 115 ET 133 N, shown by A&L Pulled Herefords and their partners on the J to Cow family now. 459 Reserve Twin View 19K Head Honcho 144N, shown by Twin View Pulled Herefords. Again, the Division Championship is sponsored by the Manitoba Junior Hereford Association, and the Reserve sponsored by Macaulay Trucking. Next class into the ring. This class is sponsored by A&L Polled Herefords. We will have 460 Roselawn Hector 316 ET 36N, shown by Roselawn Farms. 495 MR 173K Soul 119N, shown by Mission Ridge Herefords. 461 Roselawn Dexter 316 ET 29N, shown by Roselawn Farms. 462 CJBH 207H Bold North ET 5N, shown by Bujold Farms. 463 Moorhaven 0016 Landman ET 13N, shown by Moorhaven Farms. And 464 Haraldson's Proud 35 LET 39N, shown by Haraldson's Polled Herefords. As we get going on the bull show, I'd just like to read the quick bio that we have again, giving a bit of background on our judges today. Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett are from Parkbeg, Saskatchewan, where they operate Twin View Livestock. They specialize in high-quality Gelfie genetics. Joe and Aaron have enjoyed great success in the past number of years. They have exhibited numerous national champions, world champions, Canadian Bull Futurity champions, and Canadian Western Agribition champions. They raised and exhibited the 2024 national champion Gelfie Bull. Joe and Aaron also work closely with Joe's family at Cityview Simmentals of Moose Jaw. They have annual Gelfie and Simmental bull sales each spring at their ranch, as well as a select Gelfie female sale each October. They market live cattle and frozen genetics across Canada and internationally. Joe and Aaron both grew up through 4-H and junior breed associations. They believe strongly in supporting youth and agriculture and enjoy every opportunity to give back. Joe and Aaron have expressed their gratitude for the opportunity to evaluate the outstanding Hereford seed stock on display here at AgEx in Brandon in 2025. And on behalf of all of the Manitoba Association, thanks to Joe and Aaron for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into the Charlet ring here. Our judges' comments with split number 2 in our senior calf champion.
Compliments to the exhibitors on bringing out a very competitive group here in this second split, the senior calf group. I think we've got what I think is kind of 2 pairs that sorts out for me. There's 2 really powerfully muscled bulls here that lead the class off, and 2 that are very excellent bulls in their own right, but maybe just where we had to break it was just overall muscle definition and strength there. The bull that's going to lead off for me, he's just a deep-sided, really nice, smooth-made type calf. He has got adequate testicle shape. Really appreciate him for his, how he's shaped in his front end, and he comes off that front foot there. Just a very nice calf, long made. The calf in second probably just gives up a little bit from a performance standpoint to the one in first, but boy, is he muscled up in power when you get behind him and you watch him travel. Just a really nice big top on this calf, certainly a good one in his own right. Pretty close, as you could probably imagine. I had to walk these 2 a little bit just to kind of figure out where we were at there, just so I could see them out. But couple nice bulls to start off the class. Calf in third gave me a little trouble, to be honest with you. Again, really a long spine bull. Very smooth made, probably gives up a little bit as you get behind him. If I could change him, I'd like to maybe just widen him out, pull him apart a little bit from that rear set there, but good calf. And also another good bull that's going to go out and cover a lot of cows here for us on the bull in fourth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. And our class winner here is entry number 329, Hidden Lake Nate 2N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. In second place and coming back into our championship drive is entry number 325, Stepler Triggers 77N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. In third place was entry number 328, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 330, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlais à la Rivière, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to call back in our top two senior bull calf classes. This senior bull calf class is going to be sponsored by Mirror Land and Cattle and KCH Cattle Co. Coming back in from split number 1 is going to be entry number 323. This will be JMB Noble 507N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlais of Brookdale, Manitoba. Our second place in our split number 1 was entry number 326, HC Notorious 538N, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlais of Roblin, Manitoba. And coming back in from the split we just seen here in split number 2 is entry number 329, Hidden Lake Nate 2N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. And our second place in split number 2 and our last one into the ring is entry number 325, Stepler Trigger 77N, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our senior bull calf championship class, sponsored by Mirror Land and Cattle and KCH Cattle Co.
On the Hereford side, we've got a really impressive set of 6 Hereford February-born calves, and there's 2 in this class that for us really set themselves apart. I'm going to start on the calf in second. He hits you so hard the moment he comes in the ring. We love him from a presence point of view. He gives you an absolutely drop-dead killer side profile, and we love this bull for that. Where we give the nod to the calf that actually wins the class is overall width. When you get in behind this calf in first, although he isn't maybe as stylish and doesn't have that presence as the calf in second, he's so much wider through his base. He's wider through his middle third. I think there's more width of loin and hook to pin in this calf that starts our class. We love this calf as he gets on the go. He looks for us like a Hereford bull. He's proud and he's got a cocky, up-headed presence about him. And like I said, it's the width of base in this calf that separates him from this calf in second. We love this calf too, like I said, from a style and presence point of view. He gives you such an outstanding side profile. He, just like I said, we'd love to pull him apart from the side and give him just a little bit more dimension through his bottom third of his belly and just give him some more width of base. This calf in third is no stranger to the ring. Of course, he was the calf we had on our champion female. Obviously, Aaron and I think a great deal of this calf. When we get him in this class on his own, he's just a little bit plainer in his construction compared to those 2 that win the class. He doesn't have that side profile and silhouette of the 2 ahead of him, but a calf you appreciate from a meat and muscle point of view. Then we come into a calf in fourth that, in terms of front third, I'm not sure you can find one better. He's so up-headed and he's attractive. We love the way he attaches his forerib into that hind of his shoulder, and a calf that's certainly long-bodied. We'd love to add some more rear third to this calf and just give him some more shape and dimension to compete with those ahead of him. The same could be said about the next calf coming out in fifth, a calf that, like Aaron and I said, if we got some more feed on this guy and gave him some more time, he could be interesting. He's extremely sound. We love how he gets out and flexes on his joints. He just gets outgunned when it comes to power and red meat compared to the bulls ahead of him. The calf that rounds out our class, the same could be said, where we'd love to see more of him. We'd love to pull him apart in every direction, give him more width across his top and his loin, pull his flank down and give him some more center body to compete with those calves ahead of him. That's a really nice group of 6 February-born bulls.
Great to get these 4 calves back out here for the Senior Calf Division Champion. 4 really great bulls in and of their own right. Compliments the exhibitors on this. As we look at our 2 class winners, I really think we've got a bull that kind of puts a lot of things together here in our first split. Travels very, very well. I really appreciate him for his overall shape and dimension. It's got some ripple and some power as you get around back behind him. Probably really appreciate him from his hit set from hooks to pins. Just a touch better maybe than our second class winner. Second class winner really is a smooth made bull. He also has a lot of power, maybe doesn't travel quite as well as that bull in first. We're going to go ahead and use our first split for our champion division and our first place of the second split for reserve. Thank you.
Congratulations to our winners on the first class of bull calves coming into the ring. 463 Moorhaven 0016 Landman ET13N, shown by Moorhaven Farms. Second place 464 Haraldson's Proud 35 LET 37N, shown by Haraldson's Polled Herefords. Third place 495 MR 173K Soul 119N, shown by Mission Ridge Herefords. Fourth place, ring number 460, Roselawn Hector 316, ET 36N, shown by Roseland Farms. Fifth place, 461, Roslyn Dexter 316, ET 29N, shown by Roselawn Farms. And rounding out the class, 462, CJBH 207H, Bold North, ET5N, shown by Bujold Farms. Again, the class sponsored by A&L Polled Herefords. Coming into the ring right now, we have our second split of bull calves. This class is sponsored by Green Ridge Stock Farms. We have 466 Twin View K390 Imperial 37N, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. 467 RSK SCK 163K Panama ET 51N, shown by RSK Farms, and PLA Crimson 18N, shown by Prairie Lane Acres.
Ladies and gentlemen, our champion out of our senior calf division was entry number 323, JMB Noble 507N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. And your reserve champion senior bull calf is entry number 329, Hidden Lake Nate 2N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our overall grand champion Charlet bull class. Coming back to us out of the junior division, your grand champion junior bull is entry number 315, JMB Norm 509N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number, your reserve champion junior bull calf is entry number 318, Hidden Lake Neal 507N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms. And again, your senior bull calf champion is entry number 323, JMB Noble 507N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. And your reserve champion senior bull calf is entry number 329, Hidden Lake Nate 2N, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Your banners here for your grand champion overall bull is sponsored by the Charlet banner and HTA Charlets. We don't have.
Well, we've got the mic free. We'll go ahead on this second split of senior bull calves on the Hereford side. And you can certainly sort these bulls a lot of way depending on your type and kind is. And if you told us that the bull that starts the class is too moderate, we wouldn't argue with you. We would love to pull this bull up a frame score. But when we analyze them from a structure point of view in terms of volume and capacity, this calf wins the class. For us, we love his front third. We like his elongation. We love the way he blends into his spine from the back of his shoulder. He does set down plenty hard on his rear pasterns for us, and we'd love to change that about him. But in terms of the most complete individual, that's the bull that does it. The calf in second is the longest sided calf. We think that's the quickest way to add pounds to a calf crop. And so if that's something you're after, this is one you might want to take a peek at. A tremendously long-bodied calf with a tons of testicular development, a calf that we'd love to give some more center body to and shape and just pull him apart from the side if we could. The young man's bull that rounds out our class is certainly a deep-sided, soggy-made type of bull, and he's going to be the one that maybe makes some feeder calves down the road. We appreciate that about him. He does want to toe out just a little bit on that front end, and that's partially because he's fighting so hard there on the halter, but that's a calf that we appreciate from a depth aside. We just love to lift his head up out of his shoulder if we could and give him some more extension.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Charlet ring, our judges' comments on our grand champion bull class.
Once again, really like to thank the Manitoba Charlet Breeders and AgX for having me today. One of the best things for me as a U.S. Charlet breeder is to get to come up here and appreciate some of the pedigrees and the performance that you guys are bringing to the table to help advance the breed. And I do think that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity for our two nations to work together when it comes to bringing forward some really good performance Charlet cattle. As we evaluate our champions here in divisions, our two first place or champions in the divisions are nearly a month apart in age. And as I look at them, I really like the similarities of these two bulls. I'm very happy with how that kind of worked out. Just rippled with muscle and power. I actually give a little bit of an advantage to the younger bull when it comes to, you look at how he kind of just travels around that ring. He's just got a lot of presence. He sets down on a big foot. Really like that hip shape. Just a nice looking bull that ties it all together in a neat package. As we've talked on that older division bull, also an outstanding individual. Really appreciate his shape. He's a long-bodied bull, got a great spine to him, travels well. Couldn't go wrong with either one of these two. So with that, I'll go ahead and pick your champion bull.
Guys, we're going to go ahead and just do a little paperwork here on the Hereford side. Sorry to the Charlet exhibitors. Winning that class, the second split of senior bull calves, 467 is RSK, SCK, 163K Panama ET, 51N from RSK Farms. Second place, 466 Twin View K390 Imperial, 37N, shown by Twin View Polled Herefords. And third place, 468 PLA Crimson 18N, shown by Prairie Lane Acres.
Just a couple comments on our reserve in that first division here that's pulled into the champion lineup. Also a very deep-sided bull. I really appreciate this bull, and just a lot of good things to like. I think you guys are in good hands as far as the Manitoba Charlet Breeders Association. Please go back, talk to the breeders, and help them help you with your cow mating decisions.
All right, the third split of bull calves for our senior bull calves is in the ring. This class is sponsored by HMS Highcliffe. 469 JAC 98G Sheridan 2N from Charlton Farms. 470 is RKNH 254G Inferno 519N from Rockin' H Herefords. 471 is LV Showtime L15N from LV Farms. 472 RSK 91H Nightcap 7N from RSK Farms. And 473 ANL 138L Herdmaker 230K 5N from ANL Polled Herefords.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Charlet arena here, your grand champion, Charlet Bull, come to us from JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. This was entry number 315. It was none other than JMB Norm 509N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. And your reserve overall grand champion bull was entry number 323, JMB Noble 507N, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. These banners are sponsored by the Charlet banner and HTA Charlets. We've only got a few classes left to go here after our championship bull class. We've got a progeny of dam, breeders, herd, and the get of sire.
Over here on the Hereford side, we come into a class of bulls that certainly give Aaron and I the opportunity to roll the dice and see where our priorities lie. We've got two extremely different bulls in first and second, and so we sort of have the great fortune to sort them in where we place our necessities. We're going to give the nod to this bull that gives us such a cool look from the side. He's so long-bodied. We love how extended this bull is through his front third. We love the way he attaches from his lower point of his shoulder and to his forerib. And up back into his chest. He gives us such a great look there, and we love that about him. He is the longest bodied bull in the class. We would love to just true him up on his front wheels if we could. He wants to roll in under himself. As you watch him come at you, he does want to roll in under himself and get a little bit narrow on his front wheels. We'd love to tweak that about him, but he's the calf for us that puts the most pieces together correctly. He's a little bit deceiving in terms of how much muscle's there. When you analyze him from the side, you might think he needs some more. You get him behind him, there's enough calf there for sure. Our problem calf is this one in second. We've talked all day about body shape and dimension and muscle pattern, and this calf does have that. He's more moderate and less extended than the calf that wins the class, and he too wants to roll in and turn in on his front wheels when he comes at you. We'd love to tweak that about him and give him just a little bit more freedom off of his front third if we could, but that's a really neat calf that I think is probably going to make some outstanding females similar to the ones we've seen earlier in the day. We really like this bull in third. When this gentleman gets him parked, he gives us a really great side profile. He's up-headed and cocky. We really like that about this calf. We'd love to give him some more freedom of movement. If you watch him go, he's just a little bit choppy and rigid off all fours. He's not quite as free in his structure as the bulls that get out in front of him. And that could just be it's his first show perhaps, and he's just learning how this all works. But that's the way we see him today. He just reads just a little bit restricted, particularly off those hinds. Our bull in fourth just simply gets outgunned. We'd love to give him some more muscle shape down to the point of his stifle and give him some more fluidity off of those rear hocks as he gets and goes. But that's a nice class of 4 bull calves.
Thanks, Joe. It's your fault you're walking that far. Winning that class, our congratulations goes to 473. ANL 138L Herdmaker 230K 5N from ANL Polled Herefords at Steelman, Saskatchewan. Second place, congratulations to 472 RSK 91H Nightcap 7N from RSK Farms right here in Brandon. 471 LV Showtime L15N from LV Farms at Mydale, Saskatchewan. And 470 Rockin' H 254G Inferno 519N from Rockin' H Herefords at Hemiota. Final senior class of bull calves into the ring. This class sponsored by the Manitoba Hereford Association. Leading the way we have 474 GRHK 029H Crave 79 from 7N from Green Ridge Farms. 475 Arius Acres Finalize ET 30N from Arius Acres. 476 PBHR Nash 15L 1N from the Mans family. And 477 Funk 78L 88L Nintendo 5N from Acorn Ridge Polled Herefords at Cleefield, Manitoba. Following this class, we will do the Senior Bull Calf Champion. That class is sponsored by Tiltoba Polled Herefords and Cinnabar Stock Farm. Once again, would like to thank our friends Albert Rimke and Wendell, I just had a seniors moment, Wendell Martins for their help in the ring today, keeping the livestock moving around the ring, and our own Madeline McCauley for helping with the awards presentation. Also like to thank the Manitoba Hereford Association, Sadie McCauley, for telling me what I'm doing wrong and keeping things straight up here at the desk.
back on the Hereford side, we're up into the early January born bulls now, and so these are the oldest bull calves you'll see. Obviously, they're knocking on the door of 12 months, and so testicular development really comes into play. We're not too terribly far off in the big picture of things, of needing to pass the semen test and all of those necessities. And so we're going to start the class off with this really dark red bull that we love in terms of his side profile. He's extra long spined. He's got lots of lower third when you analyze him in that midsection. He's perhaps not the heaviest muscled bull in the class, but when we look at foot design and joint structure and proper angles and those things, he's the calf for us that puts the most pieces together correctly. We quite like him, like I said, from that side profile. Our bull in second, another long-bodied bull. He's definitely a heavier muscled bull than the calf that starts the class. We love that about him. We love to tweak his hind rear third and give him some more flexibility right from his hip down into his stifle and hock and then into the pastern. He's a little bit restricted in his movement as he gets around the ring today, and that just makes him look less fluid on the go, and you can see it as he pulls out on the move here. But a calf we like from a meat and muscle point of view. The calf in third, the really dark red bull, another long-sided type of bull that's really attractive in his design. He's a calf we'd love to put some additional heel under him on all fours and lift those feet up and shorten those toes if we could. The calf that rounds out our class, again, one that we appreciate from a length aside and an extension. We like his skull shape and design. We'd love to give him some movement through his rear hock. He's quite restricted there, and that causes the whole rear third of his hip to drop as he gets on the move, and he doesn't have that ability to push off that rear leg as he gets on the go.
Thanks, Joe. Congratulations to our class winner, ring number 474, GRHK 029H Crave 7N, exhibited by Chloe Stockey from Green Ridge Farms. Ring number 475, Eris Acres Finalize ET 30N from Eris Acres. Third place, 476, PBHR Nash 15L1N from the Mans family. And 477, Funk 78L 88L Nintendo 5N from Acorn Ridge Polled Herefords. The next class into the ring, the next class coming into the ring will be our Senior Bull Calf Championship. Coming in for this division, out of the first division, we have 463, Moorhaven 0016 Landman ET 13N from Moorhaven Farms. 464, Haroldson's Proud 35 LET 37N from Haroldson's Polled Herefords. Out of the second split, we have 467, RSK SCK 163K Panama ET 59N from RSK Farms, and of course Stephen Knutson. Second in that class is 466, Twinview K390 Imperial 37N from Twinview Polled Herefords. Out of the third split, we have the class winner, 473 ANL 138L Herdmaker 230K 5N from ANL Polled Herefords, and second in that division, 472 RSK 91H Nightcap 7N from RSK Farms. Out of the fourth split, we have ring number 474, GRHK 29H Crave 7N from Green Ridge Farms and Chloe Stockey. And second in that division, 475, Eris Acres Finalize ET 30N from Eris Acres. Division championship for this class is sponsored by Tiltoba Polled Herefords, with reserve from Cinnabar Stock Farms. Joe is ready.
You bet we're ready, because the moment two bulls came in the ring, Aaron and I said to each other, there's our bulls. We're going to go ahead and we're going to keep that first split of bulls together. That's a pair of bulls that we really, really like a great deal. We're going to use the first out of that first split, and then second out of the first split will be your reserve division. That's an excellent pair of bulls.
What have I got wrong here?
You want another one?
Sorry, folks, I did not turn my apologies. Congratulations, 463, Moorhaven 0016 Landman ET 113N from Moorhaven Farms, and 464, congratulations to Haraldson's Polled Herefords on Haraldson's Proud 35L ET 37N. And again, my apologies on the slow uptake. Congratulations to Moorhaven and Harolds on Senior Bull Calf Champion and Reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over into our Charlet ring here. We are in the progress of Progeny of Dam. We've got 2 entries here. This is entry number 332, Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba, and entry number 334, Hunter Charlets of Roblin, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' comments on this class? No? Okay. Judge says he's good here. Ladies and gentlemen, our first place in our Progeny of Dam goes to entry number 334, Hunter Charlets of Roblin, Manitoba. And second place goes to entry number 332, Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Their sponsors there for our Progeny of Dam is the Manitoba Charlet Association. The hunters will be receiving a nice chair donated by them. And we'll be moving into our breeders herd following this class here. It'll be entry number 227. We should have 2 entries coming in for this class, HTA Charlets and C2 Charlets of La Riviere, Manitoba.
Coming in now, we have the yearling bull division and our Polled Hereford show. This class is sponsored by Choke Cherry Lane and MDG Polled Herefords. 478 is NJW 30G HO33 Warden 114 MET, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. Next bull into the ring is SHR 8083 Oculus 4061, exhibited by Haraldson's Polled Herefords. Additional owners Rimke Cattle Company and 12 Oaks Land and Livestock. And 481 PBHR KM Mr. Worldwide 115K 2M, exhibited by the Mans family.
Powerful set of yearling bulls here in the Hereford show. We start our class here with a bull that, you know what, when he came in the ring, he is an impressive beast. We love the length of body he has, the mass he has, but he still has lots of flex and reach. You know, when these guys get this much weight on them, it can be a challenge to keep them moving and keep them sound, but this guy does it. You know, when we're looking for these herd bulls, you want a presence, and this guy has it. We like the foot design under this guy, one that just really came to the top of our class quite handily for us here today. In second place, the bull that we gotta love how he comes, the attractiveness he has, the way he comes from his shoulder to his neck. He certainly has a presence. He's flat topped. He's got some length of body to him. We'd like to just give him a little more mass when you compare him to that bull in our first place. And you know what, if we're going to be picky, we'd like to just clean up those front feet a little bit when you compare him to that first place bull, but a nice bull there in second. Rounding out our class, a really thick top bull, one that's got a lot of meat and muscle on him. For us, though, we just got to clean up that foot structure on this bull for him to place higher in the class here today, but a nice set of yearling bulls here.
Thanks, Aaron. Chad, if somebody from your crew would grab the prizes, the prize girl's chasing you out of the ring. Thanks, Aaron. Winning that class, our congratulations. It's 479 SHR 8083 Oculus 4061. Exhibited by Haraldson's Poles Herefords, Rimkey Cattle Company, and 12 Oaks Land and Livestock. Second place, our congratulations to 478 NJW 300G HO33 Warden 114 MET from Mission Ridge Pole Herefords. And third place, 481 PBHR KM Mr. Worldwide 115K 2M from Stephen Mans, the Mans family at Austin, Manitoba. They are automatically, the first and second automatically are yearling champion, the banner presented by Choke Cherry Lane, and reserve, the banner sponsored by MDG Pole Herefords.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Charlet ring here is our Breeders' Herd class. Our champion Breeders' Herd, sponsored by Klein Cattle Co., goes to HTA Charlets, entry number 335 of Rivers, Manitoba. Followed in, and our reserve champion Breeders' Herd is entry number 337 C2 Charlets, a la Riviere, Manitoba. From here, ladies and gentlemen, we move into our Get of Sire class. We'll have two entries in this class here. We'll have entry number 338 HTA Charlets and entry number 303 Rustin Richarder of Devlin, Ontario. Our Get a Sire is sponsored by White Meadow Charlets. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to be presenting 3 other awards following this class.
Coming into the ring right now, we have our 2-year-old bull class. This division is sponsored by Eris Acres and reserved by Terry Fair, representing Trow Nutrition. Leading off into the ring is 482 Teague 22H Ricky Bobby 335L, shown by Tegan Heineman. Second bull into the ring is 483 PLA Ice Time 132L, exhibited by Prairie Lane Acres. And third in the ring is 484 NJW 73E D287 Daybreak 95L ET, exhibited by Blair Athole Farms.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back over in our Charlet ring here, our Get of Sire, class number 229. Our champion in this class and receiving a chair sponsored by White Meadow Charlets is entry number 338 HTA Charlets. Brooklyn, can you hold that group here, please? Hold that group. In second place in this class is entry number 303, Rustin Richardier of Devlin, Ontario. As well, ladies and gentlemen, that group right there is going to receive our Fellowship Herdsman Award as well. Guys, don't leave the ring. We've got a banner for you. You're going to be receiving the Fellowship Award sponsored by High Bluff Stock Farms. So we also have a banner and a chair for you and receiving the Herdsman Award. So congratulations, guys, from coming out from Devlin, Ontario. Did you get your chair already? Right on, guys. HTA Charlets again winning the Get of Sire, which only brings us down to our last two classes, our Premier Breeder and our Premier Exhibitor. your picture or what? Kyle, I just announce it and then you get your picture or what? And then you got that? Ladies and gentlemen, in the Charlet ring here, our premier breeder and our premier exhibitor this week is JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. Receiving both of those, our sponsorship there is from Sunblade Charlets and Pleasant Dawn Charlets. Dallas is coming to receive this on behalf of JMB Charlets. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the microphone over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that is my time over here on the microphone. My name's been Richard Bramley. It's been a privilege and an honor to walk you through the Charlet show here this afternoon. We'll reconvene back here at 6 o'clock tonight for the overall Beef Supreme. 6 o'clock will be the overall Beef Supreme here. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Bill over on the Hereford side to wrap up the show there, and we've got judges' comments coming in the Hereford ring.
In these senior bulls, we're going to start with a bull that's so free and easy moving as he gets on the go, and we just admire that so much about him. We'll be the first to admit he's not the heaviest muscled bull, he's not the widest top bull, but when we analyze him from a structural point of view and through his foot design, he's the bull that for us needs to come to the top of this class. He's extremely attractive. We love his elevation through his front third. We'd love to stouten him up. We'll be the first to admit it, but there's a calf that we just really appreciate from a structural integrity point of view. This big bugger in second is impressive, and I certainly give this gentleman major credit because there's a lot of meat and potatoes on that halter. He's an incredibly bodied bull. This is a high pay weight type of bull. For us, he exceeds the body condition that we like to see these cattle in. We are fully aware that these show cattle need to have some additional substance to them. This guy maybe exceeds that. He is obviously wants to go out and be a bull, and we give him big credit for that. It's tough for us to assess really how sound he is, particularly off those rear thirds, because he is fighting that halter. But from a body point of view, he's tremendously impressive. This bull that rounds out our class is probably the bull that maybe bred the most cows this spring. He's an extremely long-bodied bull, and he comes to us in his working clothes, and we certainly don't diminish that. We'd love to maybe tweak foot design a little bit and even out the shape of his front toes if we could, but that's a really long-bodied, another high pay weight type of bull there that rounds out our class.
Thanks, Joe. Congratulations to Blair Athol, showing 484 NJW 73E D287 Daybreak 95L ET. Second place in that class goes to 483 PLA Ice Time 132L from Prairie Lane Acres. And third place goes to 482 Teague 22H Ricky Bobby 335L from Teague and Heineman. They are automatically our senior bull champion and reserve division, sponsored by Eris Acres and Terry Fair representing Trow Nutrition. Coming into the ring now, and are we kind of ready, Albert? We will have our grand champion, Hereford Bull and Reserve. The grand champion sponsorship is sponsored by W Bar M Farms and Rocking H Pulled Herefords. The Reserve Grand Champion Hereford Bull, sponsored by Rockcliffe Grange and Jay Rimke. Starting to come into the ring, we have ring number 458, ANL ACDT 174 Fawns with 15 ET 133N, exhibited by ANLs and their Jada partners. 459, Twin View 19K Head Honcho 144N. Out of the second bull calf division, 463, Moorhaven 0016 Landman in ET 13N. Reserve in that division, Haraldson's Proud 35L ET 37N. Out of the yearling division, 479 SHR 8083 Oculus 4061, exhibited by Haraldson's Pulled Herefords, Rimke Cattle Company, and 12 Oaks Land and Livestock. Second in that division, reserve in that division, 478 NJW 300G HO33 Warden 114 MET